Let me take off one headphone. Give me a second. Guys, I'll put it this way. All right. I've been put in the middle of things that you don't even want to know about, okay? Like, when I say you don't want to know about them, I mean I don't know how on earth I'm living. I don't. But you know what? Somehow I'm breathing, and I just be thankful for every breath that I get. And do I live on the edge? Without anybody knowing about it. There's not a soul that knows some of the most interesting things that I do. And I keep them between me and my God. And people tell me, oh, God's not real. I said, that's fine. You think whatever you got to think, and whatever your truth is your truth. For me, I got things that somehow I'm able to keep completely to myself, and people don't know about them. And I don't know how else to. I mean, nobody's that good, and nobody is as good as I would be if I weren't to give credit to my God. So, it's definitely not me. It's definitely some higher power somewhere. That's the only way I could explain it. So, I'm having a lot of fun out here. I did have a lot of fun yesterday, thankfully, and today is even more fun. And today I kind of get to, walk around with you and give you a little, personal taste of what I have going on. Good afternoon. How are you all? Christ is king. Yeah. I'll tell you what, in circles unknown to the public, I am considered a king myself. And what's up? Now, we live in a society that is very powerful, here in America especially. Very, very powerful, very authoritative, and has the ability to put you in your place, no matter how powerful you are, no matter what your social title is, either in this society or anywhere else in the world. And I tell you what, undeniably, it's almost impossible to conceive what a powerful and authoritative society we live in here in America. Almost unbelievable. It's just, so for me, like I said, in circles of society that people don't really know about having to do with me, in a more, quiet parts of society, or secretive, if you will, I am actually considered a king. And I don't talk about it often, but I think nowadays, especially considering all the social communication that we use and what we put out there, I would like to be a front runner, a leader, thought leader in, putting stuff out there and being a little more open about things here and there. It's not an easily acceptable concept, but, that's what I'm seeing from some of my people, some of the people that look up to me in reference to the hierarchy that I exist in that realm of society. And I'm proud of them. I'm so proud of them. And so for me, I would rather, do something with it to keep walking. I don't need a follower. Thanks. I got plenty on the internet. What do you call it? A guy's like walking behind me, talking in my ear. He's on the phone, but I'm figuring he's probably like a cop. Yeah, he's definitely a cop. The fucking helicopter comes over less than 10 seconds after he's passing by. And he's walking like a cop, talking like a cop. I don't care if you're undercover. Don't stalk me next time. It's super fucking annoying. Moving on. Don't care if you're just trying to help me. Go help somebody else. When I'm paying taxes, maybe I'll accept. I'm not paying taxes right now, and I don't need to, so I don't accept. Then if you're not a cop, don't say you're a cop. How about that? All right, moving on. Yeah, for me, I'm a very straightforward guy, and you need to shut your fucking mouth when you're talking to me. And that's my way of saying, just don't talk to me. Today's one of those days. That's why I titled the broadcast "Not Today," because today's not the day. Today's just not the day. I'm having a fantastic day today. And I'll tell you, on my best days, I'm usually the biggest dick. I am usually the meanest on my best days, which might not seem like it makes sense. But when I'm having a good day, and I want to keep having a good day, I do whatever it takes to keep people away from me that might ruin my day. So ironically, on my best days, I am the biggest jerk. I am the meanest guy. People usually like me the least on my best days. So go figure. And that really just has to do with what a private person I am and how, although I'm private, I'm also a socialite. So I have to balance that out. Being total opposite in my personality between the way that I like to do things and the way that I'm good at doing things. Is I'm a private person, but I'm very good at being a socialite. So, I don't know. So I'm out here, in public, doing this with you, doing a broadcast with you. And at the same time, I'm having one of those days where, since I'm having a really good day, I kind of wish that I could just be sitting somewhere in private, by myself. But I don't really have the ability to do that right now because, I guess the county or society has decided to revoke my ability to have privacy because without being able to go indoors and without being able to go somewhere without spending an obscene amount of money, I'm kind of forced to sacrifice my internal and external social privacy. So I might as well broadcast. I might as well do my live streams because if I'm forced to spend my time in the public, I might as well make sure that I'm not just giving my time away for free. If they're going to force me to be their social asshat, well, I'm going to do it on camera and not just your security camera. I'm going to make my own fucking money off of it, and put my word out there, put my name out there, and just do it that way. I tried the traditional way. I haven't completely given up on, the ways that people are trying to help me do things. But like I said, I still got to do my own thing. I gotta. And I will tell you, to these undercovers that are out here taking pictures of me here and there, unless you're taking them, here's the thing. If you're a fan, if you're law enforcement, and yes, I am telling you how to do your job. If you don't like it, remember who I am. Remember in private circles how I exist in your environment. Don't forget my place in your situation. And if you don't know, don't ask, just accept. Here's what I'll tell you. If you're in law enforcement in any capacity, whether in any capacity having to do with law enforcement or American government, if you're in this country and you are a part of our government or, our contracted law enforcement agencies, if you're taking pictures of me for the sake because you're a fan, awesome. I'm down for that. And no sleazing and going halfway or doubling down, taking it for yourself, but then also, knowing that somebody within your organization or circle might take it for, their own form of attempted evidence or, cover-ups or framing or any of the drama that I really fucking hate and don't like to get involved in whatsoever. And love the fact that all of you keep me so far away from it. Thank you very much. So yeah, don't try to be clever. Don't try to be saving it for your own evidence or anything of that drama. If you're being brave and courageous and supportive of me, I appreciate the attempt. What I will tell you is, I'm not worth your job. I'm not worth, you losing your job if they were to find out that you're, like if you're internal affairs, then I guess that's your job. If you're making sure, if you're catching people, if they're trying to set me up or trying to play the drama game, then that's fine. You're obviously just doing your job. I don't like it. I don't really roll that way. I prefer that you didn't. But I mean, you guys would be the one set of people who it's quite literally your function. That is your, socioeconomical function within your job, in your career. So I'm not going to tell you not to do that because it'd be wrong of me. But thanks for the follows. Good afternoon, Meg. How are you? Yeah. So, and anytime people try to get prideful or to get full of themselves, and this includes me, I remind myself that we live in a social ecosystem that is so automated, we don't even realize it. And once we step into the groove, we get so good at stuff, right? But we don't always remember or know. Some people don't even know how automated their lives are. So they kind of just believe and have this, heavy sense of egotism. And that egotism really isn't healthy. And it's not true. So remember, no matter how good you are, you're not that good. No matter how much you think you got it figured out, you don't. And if you think you do, I welcome you to bring yourself as low as I once was. Most people never make it that low. Most people couldn't get that low without, not making it back or making it at all. So I'll tell you the truth from a space of society that most people never see. And can you can hear me talking, right? Can you hear me speaking? That I'm not talking to I'm not talking for the past couple hours. It's not having volume. Oh, thank God. Thank you. Okay. Take it from me is that whatever amount of egotism that you might have, bring it down about 90%. No matter what you do in this life, whatever you're doing, and I this might be tough to hear, but I'm going to tell you how it really is. You are 10% capable of anything that you're doing right now. Anything that you are accomplishing right now, you are only 10% at maximum capable of doing it without the influence of anyone around you or the support of, this environment that we live in. I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. Life outside of a social system is that difficult. Life on your own is actually that difficult. That let's say you're a millionaire. Well, you'd have maybe 10 grand. If you are normally 250 pounds of muscle, you'd be lucky to be 120 pounds, scrawny, and able to walk. And that's the truth. It's a wild and unfortunate truth, but it's a humbling one and a gift when you're willing to accept how life really is. It becomes a gift because it's like, and you don't always have to think that way, right? You don't have to put yourself down like that 24/7. It's nice to fly. It's nice to be able to focus and be on a vibe that you're supposed to be on. Like for me, I like to keep my eyes a little higher than most, and my hopes a little higher than most. And sometimes that requires just putting the reality to the side and letting yourself exist in the space mentally that most people exist in. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's good from time to time, especially when we go too fast, to remember the reality of our situation because it slows us down. And slowing down can be a really good thing. So for me, like putting on a weighted vest, if I jog or I'm walking around, let's say I'm walking, so forget the weighted vest, say my backpack, right? I put on my backpack, I carry my suitcase, I move more slowly. Can't help it. Got to move more slowly. Same idea. When you remember how life really works and you remember the times when life was more difficult, it slows you down to a healthier pace. It's a good mindset to adopt in the times when you might be moving a little too quickly. And that's what I do, and that's what I'm doing right now, is I've reached many of the long-term goals that I thought were going to be the last goals that I would ever accomplish. I reached those goals first. I accomplished those goals first instead of last. And I thought that it was going to take me decades to accomplish what I took care of in, say, the first 5 years. And now I'm over here having to figure out all the regular stuff. And that's, I thought it, I always figured that society only worked one way until, I got a little more wise and mature. I found out, well, it's possible to accomplish one thing before the other, even if the other comes after the first. And you know what I'm saying. So let me get back to these comments. Going pretty good, thank you. Pretty good and sunny today. Yeah, beautiful day out today. How can you reach your full potential? Oh my gosh, is that such a loaded question? It's personally based on you. It's based on, you got to realize that you as an individual, that's where I say it starts. If you're not motivated, then you can, starting in a group of people could help you, just getting around people who have similar mindset just to get yourself driven. But then once you start taking off, then I think it's important to step back and reevaluate and, you take a half step back so you don't end up falling behind and focus on your own personal goals. And if you don't know what those are, maybe creating some for yourself. Once you have an idea of what it is you really want to do and some of the people you want to spend your time around, I think, two of the worst ways that you could screw yourself over and end up having to restart or reset or not really reach your goals is by either over socializing or under socializing. Some people, when they try to get focused, they cut people out. Sometimes people do the opposite. In order to get focused, they get in a group. So I guess, where I would tell you to start is from the ground up. All right. And when I say the ground up, there's personality tests you can take and stuff like that to get to know yourself. But if you're heavily influenced by your environment already, there's a possibility that when you take those tests, that they're going to come out misconstrued and inaccurate to begin with. So, because your environment does play a very large role in your behavior, and that can, at least in small ways, shift your personality. And then when you go to take those tests will tell you you're one way, and they'll tell you about your personality. And if you pursue those goals, if you create your goals based on the personality that you're reading about online, that after taking those tests and you're already heavily influenced by your environment, well, you might not ever really find yourself. You might kinda, and if that's enough for you, then go for it. Like I said, there's tests online you can find, and they'll tell you about, I know my sign, and some people don't believe in that stuff. Me personally, I don't believe in it. I just know that nature is unbeatable, right? And so we can work with or against nature. I do both. Just depends on the situation. And for me, knowing my sign helps me to better understand my personality, right? My natural born personality. And that's why, I do listen to it, and I do follow the zodiac in that sense. But I don't do it religiously. I don't know a whole lot about it. I just know my sign and what the attributes are of my sign. So I just did it for self-education. There's a website called 16 Personalities. I didn't get paid or anything to mention it. I'm just mentioning it to you if you want to use it. It's just something that I've used that was really helpful in me becoming more educated about my own personality and what my traits are, right? So I'm an INFJ. And what that means is that I am a leader. but I'm also a delegator and a mediator. What else? I like balance. I don't like conflict. And I am majoritatively a defender. And that's just how my personality works. But you can look that up. Like I said, I would highly recommend that you find an appropriate social circle for yourself first. Or if you need to isolate, if you're overly social and don't feel like that matches who you really are, isolate just long enough to give yourself maybe, not 2-3 months of total isolation, but 2-3 months of, or at least 60 days even, just to take time to yourself, and really get to know yourself better. People say, well, how do you do that? Well, I'll tell you right how you do it. And this is exactly how I did it. All right. Take your time in the wilderness, as they say. You put your phone to the side. And I'm serious. It doesn't matter. If you want to know yourself bad enough, you're going to do it. You put your phone and I did this. I'm Mr. Tech. Put your phone to the side. Don't touch it for 2 straight months. Walk away from everything you got going on and take personal time. Doesn't matter. No matter the situation, no matter the excuse. If you're in a family, you gotta figure it out. That's between you and your family. That's between you and the people you love and care about. That's not something I can answer for you, obviously. I'm a single young male. There's only, I can only give you as much advice as I give you. And if you come begging to me for answers that I obviously don't have, then you're not really interested in, getting any better. You're just interested in picking things apart. And I'm trying to help teach you how to build yourself up, not how to, tear yourself down. Sometimes you have to pull things apart to put them back together. But that's something that if you're not, overly social, then that's kind of, for me, it would be overly social, obviously. Then it's something you got to do on your own. So yeah, is just take time to yourself and get to know yourself. Don't touch your phone for like 2 months. Don't go. If you're going to go out to get groceries and stuff like that. Don't isolate in the house. Maybe go outside, walk around a little bit, make sure you get your proper exercise and nutrition. But I ain't a doctor. So I'm just telling you what worked for me. And if you do that, you're going to get to know yourself a lot better. So for me now, with the things that I'm doing better. And I'm getting to know myself a lot more than I used to. And some people are psychotic and they need help. But that's not me. And if that's you, then maybe you go get help during that interim. While you're taking time to yourself, you put time aside to say, hey, well, I got a mental illness. Maybe it's time I see a doctor. Some people don't want to do that. They say, well, I'll go see one when I make time or when I have time, right? Well, I just went to the doctor yesterday and I got some things figured out and worked out. And I talked to them. They said, well, we could set up a mental health appointment for you. And they kind of asked, just expecting me to say no. And I said, yeah, absolutely. And so that's exactly what they did. They got me set up where they're going to give me a phone call. I'm going to get myself set up with a mental health physician. And I'm going to talk to a therapist. And I'm going to do all the proper stuff that I'm supposed to be doing. Because I know that I don't have any long-term issues, right? The psychiatrists have helped me work out that part of it over the years. But I do, admittedly, have, a long-term history of excessive behavior of overexertion. And that I'll agree with. I've been doing that. I've been living that way my whole life. Even since I was a kid, I have been overexertive with my actions and my behavior. I've been like over the top, like my whole life. And so I'm going to go I'm going to go talk to a psychiatrist and talk to a psychologist. And I'm going to get that figured out and see if there's like therapy I could go to that doesn't require me to be involved in, that doesn't require me to be involved in, psychiatric medication, because I prefer holistic solutions over, like psychiatric medicine. That's just me. I prefer holistic solutions. So, and if I have to, then I will. Even something short term. When I was younger, I took something and I took it for a short time, and that's all I needed it for, because the medication that I had taken was made to adjust, and that's exactly what it did. Now, most people, what they do is they'll take that medication to adjust, but not realizing that medication is really supposed to be something you take temporarily. They don't shift their lifestyle. They don't shift their choices. But what that medication is supposed to do is shift your mood and put you in a position where you are more copable and capable of changing your social behavior and changing your lifestyle just enough to be able to then shift over and off of taking that medication. So for me, I took something to help stabilize me when I was having a temporary episode, and it helped, and I did better. And now I no longer need it. Now, having been in a situation where over time, I've kind of experienced this and I've experienced that, and I figured out what my issues are. When it comes down to it, it's that I have now, I've found the overarching issue. The overarching issue being that I overexert myself to the point where I then end up experiencing an episode, right? And not short term. We're talking, maybe 2, 3, 4 years of buildup, and then I will just have a breakdown. And I'll have a breakdown for like a week and a half to 2 weeks. And during those 2 weeks, I'm like not even recognizable. I'm just miserable, and I don't want anything to do with anybody. And I'm not mean to anyone. I'm not reactive. I'm just isolative to a level that really concerns people. When that time comes, I'll take a week or two to myself. And when I say to myself, I mean, like, I'll cut off everyone. Like it could be like where I have work, and then it'll cost me my job, and so that's when it does, cross over into the realm of mental health. So I'm gonna get that figured out and sort it, and I'm gonna have a therapist to talk to, someone that I can speak to in legitimate confidence about stuff that I have going on that I can talk about, and then I will feel more safe to share what I have to in order to be able to not feel so alone with the things that I deal with. Being that most of my life and experiences are things that I can't share with most of the people that I associate with. So I know that's like a typical life for a lot of people, but it's a new thing for me. And so adding my level of demanded discretion mixed with this new life, it's tough, man. I can't even tell you. And I mean, it's so difficult that I don't even know how to deal with it yet. I don't have any coping skills for this issue that I'm facing. I don't understand the issue. And so that's why I'm making sure to get proper support before I end up in a situation. I'm taking preemptive measures before I end up in a worse off situation, right? I don't want to end up being the guy saying, hey, don't take my picture. And it so happens it's not somebody taking my picture. Because that's what we call, to people who don't understand the mental health realm, that's called paranoia. To people who do, that's still, it's like reactive behavior. Because if you're used to people taking your picture and then somebody's not taking your picture, that's more PTSD from people that may have taken your picture in a time that you didn't feel comfortable, as opposed to dealing with the, paranoia. But either way, it's still an issue of mental health. So. All right, now I'm going to catch up. Give him, if you don't mind, allowing me some time here to catch up on the comments, on your comments. Now, can you hear the music? I want to know that because I have my headphones on and I'm playing music. Can you hear the music on the broadcast, like here, like right on the live stream, or no? Reminds you of the story of Christopher. I don't know who that is. I've never heard of them. Do me a favor, if there's stuff like that, if you have like comparative analysis or anything like that, and you're trying to help relate, do me a favor and send it to me first. Send me a message about that person. So that exact comment, you could send that to my inbox. Instead of putting it on the live stream, if you send that to my inbox, that'll give me a chance to look up that person and see if I feel that may be, whether or not that would be a conversation to have on the live stream, or if it were to be something less appropriate for the public. Thank you. And that's, especially on a live stream when I'm running a forum and you guys are coming in, you got to be brave. To come into to the live stream, you got to be brave. So I commend you for coming in here, and I commend you even more when you put your comments in. But it's something that, has to be worked out. And we work together on that. As long as I'm able to get away with doing this, I'm able to make these broadcasts for a little while before I get caught doing it. And then they're like, oh, no, you're too big for that. And I'm like, it's a free country. You're not going to tell me what to do. So, like the Myers-Briggs test, yes. Like I said, and that, I'll tell you, that's a factor a lot of people don't consider, is that if you are influenced by your environment and you're not being yourself, then you're not, somebody's like being really weird and I wish you'd just leave me alone. Again, it's just like, that's the thing with the cops, is one undercover cop will cover another, and then they do it over and over again, and they bully you, and then they try to get you to fucking give in to them, and it pisses me off, and that's why I've been getting them fired, because I'm not about it. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm a nice guy, and they're like, oh, well, you ended my career, or you took away my income, and now I can't pay for my... Did I or did I not warn you for almost 2 years to not do it to me? I did, but they didn't believe me. I told them I got that pull, and I will use it if I have to. And so they made a fool of me and thought, well, we're just going to play around. And sometimes they just think it's funny, and then they end up losing their jobs over it. Or even worse, sometimes, people above them will tell them to do it, like as a joke, and they're dumb enough to do it, and then they end up losing their jobs. And I don't know, that's not my fault. But what I'll tell you is, if you are a sheriff or you are a superior officer, don't be sending your little underlings to bother me, because they lose their jobs over it. It's not, I know it's funny to you, but it ain't funny to someone trying to pay their bills. It ain't funny to me when I'm in the middle of my day trying to do my own thing. So I appreciate you, and I'm going to say what most people just don't have the gall to say, is we got to have a better relationship than that. And I'm not about it. Don't put me in a position where I got to protect your officers more than you do, because it's really weird, and it's definitely not my job. So thank you. Moving on. Yeah, you'll get over it. I know you're upset, but no different than me having to deal with you interrupting my day. We'll both get over it. And you don't have to be apologizing to me. Do not apologize to me, because you're doing your job. If you weren't doing your job, I'd accept the apology. But being that you're just doing what you think you're supposed to be doing, and it's within the realm of what you would normally be doing, then yeah, it's no sweat. All I ask is just not to be doing it to me. If I could, ask so much as to be left alone on that, I'd be thankful. You realize this chat is chronological, right? That's part of why I use Bigo, because all the rest of these apps are non-chronological, but this is chronological, so that everything is, documented in a front, top to bottom sense, instead of algorithmically, if you know what I'm saying. I mean, still technically an algorithm, but you know what I'm saying. Excuse me. Okay. I gotta go all the way back here. Yeah, so Myers-Briggs, like I said, before that undercover interrupted me. Or the fake, I don't know. So like I said, sometimes they act like cops just to try and get my attention. It's super annoying. So from here on out, I just call them out right in public. You got to make an example of them. Like, what else am I going to do? I don't want to do it, but I tried being Mr. Nice Guy, and it don't work. So when it comes to the tough ones, I'm just going to have to match their energy. There's no other way to do it. Yeah. you can end up in a situation where your personality doesn't get properly evaluated when you're taking those tests because of your, whether it's social or interpersonal relationships, right? I mean, it could still be the same thing. You get my point. Is you want to make sure that you know who you are when you take these tests. If you are actually dedicated to whatever group that you're a part of, or let's say it's your family or your friends or a social group or organization, and you're just so intertwined with them that you just do things that way, then that's it. That's who you are, and that's your identity. And in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with that. I stand true to my truth, but I'm not going to be combative or, against your truth, because that's, in my opinion, absolutely absurd and insane. So for me, I have my truth. My truth is that I am an individual. I am me. I am the only me. There is not any other me. I do not want to attract any other me's. And, I just do my own thing. So that's my truth. Does it mean that I don't associate with people that aren't me? No, I'm an individualist, but partially because living on such an individual basis grants me so much social wiggle room where I get to pretty much associate with and talk to anybody that I want at any time, right? So like when you belong to a certain group of people, they have people that they like, people that they don't like, right? And for me, being that I live on my own, like literally on my own, I can have whatever friends I want. I can have whatever enemies I want. I can change a friend into an enemy or vice versa and make a friend out of an enemy, right? I can switch up positions around me however I want without having to switch up myself, if that makes any sense. All right, so let me catch up on comments. And like I said, with some stuff you just learn to laugh it off, but no sweat. But what I will tell you is you got to remember Schrodinger's cat, okay? If you don't know what that is, just look it up. Or Occam's razor. Look up Occam's razor too. What I'm telling you is when I'm aware of a situation and you aren't aware that I'm aware of a situation, it does alter and shift not only the perception, but the outcome. Okay? So trust me when I tell you, as someone who may not have had many jobs in the industry yet and many gigs in the industry, but is a highly professional actor, when I tell you I'm really good. I'm really good. And the moment you think that you have my personality or my act figured out, I promise you it's only begun. And the moment that you give me your attention, trust me, I had already planned ahead of time on getting your attention. And that's just the way I roll. And that is me outside of society before I ever step into the automation of society. So I would say that's one of my 1% skills, is my ability to articulate and direct attention, either to myself or otherwise. Otherwise being the operative word that I'm utilizing in a fashion to joke around a little bit, because life does need some lightheartedness here and there. And with all due respect, the best professionals on this planet, the most effective ones, are the ones who are able to, fool around and play around while they get the job done. Because if you're not good enough to be able to relax on the job and get the job done as efficiently as possible, then you're making it to the middle. I'm just telling you how it is. You want to make it to the top, you got to be so good that you can party while you work, So for me, and it's what they say, one of the most common phrases, they say tap dance to work. Well, I don't just tap dance to work, I tap dance at work. And one day I might actually have to do that just to hold to it, but we'll see what happens. Either way. All right. Took that one. Got INFP. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I only know mine. I never learned the rest. I don't like to be pro on everything, because being a know-it-all is just a great way to attract negative attention. Or even worse than attracting negative attention is if you get enigmatized. So if you get so good at so many things that people look up to you more than they look up to most people and see you as hyper capable, then they begin to do what's called enigmatize you. And so then they're not seeing your entire personality, and they're only focusing on whether it be your intelligence or your skill set, right? So if you want to stay personable and relatable, don't become a pro at everything all the time. Let yourself not know something. Let yourself talk a little silly here and there. Allow people to correct you. Allow people to educate you. And when you need space, you need space. But when you're open to it, you're open to it. So like today, I'm not really open to correction. I'm not really open to games. And that's because I'm just not in the mood. And it's that simple. Today's a day when I am about as angry as this guy looks. You know, and that's okay. It's not anyone's fault. It's not. It's just society. Like, I have done my best. I'm burnt out. I'm tired. And I need to rest. And I'm choosing to rest before I actually get all the way burnt out. And some people say, oh, no, we've seen you at your max. You still got more in you. Say, listen, this, you know where we're at. We're doing good. There's no need to treat this environment like any other environment. This is where I'm at, and this is how I'm going to act. I am going to behave in a regular fashion and talk in a typical way, because that's right where I'm living and how I'm living. And that's that. And if that's not enough for you, then you can enjoy middle class, because I'm looking for more than that, because that's where I fit in, and so that's where I belong. Those of us at the top, most of us do talk pretty silly. We do. But once again, that just comes with the territory, is when you have more than what society plans for any of its citizens or any of its members, you're going to have to account for error. It comes with the territory. So literally, like, you have to build out a budget for loss. You have to build out, block out time for rest. You have, like, literally have to block out time to rest, and literally have to manage yourself in such a fashion that is off kilter to what would be considered societal perfection. And that really is the way it is. You're bound to lose your beliefs. You're bound to lose your faith. You're bound to either give up hope or challenge yourself to grow in those ways and either regain them or continue to maintain them. And that's the way it is. Thanks for the hearts. Thanks for the follows. You get like that. Sorry, no, I'm not mad at you. It's me. I'm upset with myself for being so far behind on comments. Let me just catch up real quick. You're proud of me. Thank you, Meg. I'll tell you what, it actually means a lot to hear. Thank you very much. Meg says no. Angie says no. Bella says no. I don't know what we're knowing. I don't remember what I said. But let me know what we're knowing. Yes, definitely, Maya. Thank you. Thank you. And thanks for the follows. And I'll say to the ladies, do me a favor, please. Be as patient with me as humanly possible. Refrain from judging me as often as humanly possible. Remember that I not only am a natural born male raised in an atypical Republican, red-blooded American environment, but I have also transplanted myself to the opposite spectrum. I am learning, I am growing, I am re-articulating my beliefs, I'm re-articulating my viewpoints, I'm changing pretty much everything about myself socially to match my personality. And that required me learning about myself first. But like I said, the rest of what I got going on is all stuff that's going to take time. So what you're seeing of me isn't always going to be my true self. It's not always going to be the me that you're looking for, because I'm still growing and changing. And, you know, some of us spend our whole lives growing and changing, and I probably will too. Just understand and please be patient with me as I continue to get more comfortable with, aware of, in tune with, and accurate about my own personality. You know, having to change my entire life around and changing my entire life to match who I really am. Excuse me. Thanks for the follow. Very interesting stuff. It is. It is. What's up? How are you? Yeah, I tell you, like for me personally, and you got to learn about yourself. Like for those of you that don't know, I experienced some really difficult situations. Please do not bring any of them up right now, because I will end up having to block you. I'm just giving you a heads up. I could have not said anything. I'm leveling with you. So thank you. Yeah. So I've been through some difficult situations, and those difficult situations brought me to here. I have been offered, and I'm saying it. I'm just going to say it, and we can move on from it. I have been offered. You're not going to believe me, and I don't want to lie to you either. I want to keep it honest with you. I want to stay honest with you. I have been offered billions, guaranteed on paper, billions of dollars for certain decisions having to do with my personal discretion, right? I chose to keep my mouth shut because I believe in privacy to an nth degree. I really do. I believe in the American value of discretion, right? And so I discerned that situation, and I decided for myself, when I had a piece of paper put in front of me and I was offered, it's about $4.5 billion, right? I turned it down, and I said, look, I don't need leverage. You don't need leverage. I don't need this problem, and nor do you. Check my track record. I'm not much of a talker. A little bit of an Instagrammer, but not much of a talker. So, so my decision was to just say, hey, I understand that this could affect a lot of people, and myself included. And if I sign this paper right here, you know, that's what I said about it. I was like, let's take this a step further. If I put my name on it, let's say nobody did anything and I wasn't asked to maintain my discretion, then someone in my environment may have had something to say about the situation. Well, I already knew not to say anything, but the people in my environment didn't necessarily understand the gravity of the situation. Now they do. Me, I knew, but then they put that paper in front of me, and so they opened that can of worms. And from there, I said, okay, let's take it a step further. And I didn't have any selfish intentions about it at the time. But I grew some. I'm not going to lie to you. I said, you know, I'm not interested. I've told you about this before, but I'm just telling you about it again because I want to. I said, no, I'm good. you know? And so they decided to take it a bit further and just keep a connection with me, right? And build out some connections. And so that's been pretty cool. And then from there, I've been able to kind of grow in my own right. So, you know, I guess what I'm saying to you is, if you can have, I'm going to say mercy. If you can have mercy on people who are bad to you, your life, forgiveness and mercy are so effective. And I'm going to say that in a business sense, because some of you, you're logical and you're war-oriented, and that's how you are. And so what I'm saying to you is, if you can have, and it doesn't matter if it makes you look weak, you got to get over that. Trust me. If you really want to be in the big leagues as bad as you claim, then you're going to learn mercy and compassion. You got to learn forgiveness. If you're not smart enough to have mercy, compassion, and forgiveness for people, then you're limiting your personality, you're limiting your environment, you're limiting your capabilities, and you're limiting your reach. So mercy, compassion, and forgiveness are actually very intelligent personality attributes, and they are difficult not only to come by, but they're even more difficult to embody and embrace.
What happened last night? Tour guys right here. Tour guys.
And I'll say it the way it was said best to me, okay? So where I had mercy and compassion was, I decided that I'm going to live my life just relaxing instead of getting involved in situations that never had anything to do with me to begin with, right? And so for me, right now that means walking around in a t-shirt and pants and having my suitcase a little busted, you know? But could I buy a new one? Yeah. But I would rather have the ability to relax. And where I learned that was actually in a video about, it was by a businessman in reference to Mark Cuban, right? So when he was talking about Mark Cuban, he said this guy was in the back of the room with a t-shirt on, and somebody's making fun of him. And it turns out they find out, you know, he was the most powerful man in the room. And 9 times out of 10, that's the truth, is the people that don't try too hard, but obviously have something going on for themselves, are usually the people you either want to know or you want to stay away from, depending on your intentions. So, you know, for me, I chose the discretion, and then I chose to endure the mockery. I have never in my life had anybody disrespect me on the levels that I get disrespected out here. But I endure it because I have the opportunity of being mentored by some of the most intelligent people on the planet. At least even from a distance, I'll take it. You know, and so for me, I'm going to use that clout. I'm going to name drop a little bit and get away with it here and there, but just enough to get myself to the next step. Jesus Christ. What's up, Bones? Thanks for follows. Yeah, and if you're a fan in here and you're wanting to meet up, I'll meet up with you. Like I said, just don't realize that I'm having one of those days. So I'm gonna be nice. Just if I realize that out here I'm myself. I'm really this is my home. So I'm not gonna be fake with you. I'm gonna be candid. And if I'm in a bad mood and you want to meet up, I might be rude. I'm not gonna lie to you. But I would rather meet you and be honest with you than try to be some enigma. I'm not a fake. I'm not a jerk. So just realize that if I meet up with you and I don't talk to you in a way that you prefer, I'm going to apologize to you ahead of time. But even when I'm in bad sorts, I still try to meet with the fans. I still try to make sure that I say hi to you at least, especially if you're going out of your way. Just remember, as I push myself to the limit most times, so if I'm not in the mood, that doesn't mean I don't want to see you. It means I'm not too happy with myself. Okay. Great. Good job. I'm glad you know Hollywood. Glad you're in touch with emotions. Thank you. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the hearts. Headphones. Yeah. Can you hear the music? Oh, you said no. Oh, even better. Not that I don't want you to hear it. It's just I don't want to end up with a cease and desist in my email inbox. For those of you that don't know about that, there was a situation a couple of years ago where I ended up with a cease and desist in my email inbox because I had a song playing in my broadcast. I was doing a live stream, and I didn't realize that I didn't realize how many viewers I had at that point. And so I got an email, and they say, "Hey, you can't use this song in your live stream." I go, "Oh, well, my bad. Sorry." And I got so scared. Oh my gosh, you have no idea. It was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life because I thought I was going to jail. I thought I was getting sued. I didn't know anything about the law at that point in time. I didn't know what was going on. And I get a cease and desist in my email, and just let me know, hey, don't use our song in your live stream. You can't, you have to ask us permission to use our music. Okay. And so I let it go. But that was that, Gotta go back to work. All right, well, if you're gone, it was nice seeing you. Thanks for the follow. Mercy takes strength. It does. Absolutely. Mercy does take strength. Thanks for the hearts there, Ali Sherlock. Oh my gosh. You got the same name. You got the same name as this musician on the internet. Real popular one, actually. It's pretty good. Started off busking and actually playing music on the street and stuff. And now she's professional. Been following her since before she was professional. And that's pretty cool. Thanks for the hearts there. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate my honesty. Thank you. Yeah, that's my biggest thing, is I try to stay honest, especially with the audience. I never realized, I didn't know, and I'm only now starting to find out how much trouble you guys have, you men and women and everyone beyond the identity of, male and female. However you'd like me to say it, I'm still learning, so be merciful, please. I'm doing my best. Tell me something good, circa 2017. How's I saying this to you? How much trouble you keep me out of. You keep the cops away from me, you keep the criminals away from me, and I don't know where I'd be without any of yous. I don't. I really don't know. Excuse me. And if anyone ever asks, I did not visit North Korea by crossing the South Korean border.
They did.
No, I didn't. I like that. He goes, yeah, you didn't. That's right. I like him. All right. Yeah, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I'm good. Oh, for the love of Christ. Thanks for follows. All we can do is the best we can. Absolutely. However you want to say it, I absolutely agree with you. All right, so I'm just making sure, all right? Because these guys have been tracking me for a while. I'm just making sure I'm clear. I think I'm good. And no, you don't have to do it again. We're good. I told you I'm living here. I already know your secrets. You're just mad that you don't know mine. If you needed to know mine, you would. And if I wasn't supposed to know yours, I wouldn't. What you got to stop doing or what you got to start doing is do what I'm doing. I'm going to my therapist and I'm talking about my PTSD. Try it. It works. Trust me. I ain't making fun of you. And to anybody that might be making fun of you for it, they need to go get some help themselves. That's not an insult. I'm informing you. Your best bet is to go get some help. And if I tell you that it'd be healthy for you to go get some help with my unsolicited opinion, and you consider it a threat, then that is actually called egotistical narcissism and psychopathy. And at that point, you're trying to gaslight me into not having an opinion. And I don't like being brainwashed, so you're welcome. That's the best I can do for you, is say that I'm getting my proper therapy. And if you want to go get some, good. And if you don't, that's fine. It's your prerogative. Just remember, every action has a consequence. And I'm fully aware of that. That's why I do this stuff in public. Thanks for the follows. Really enjoy the energy. Thank you. Yeah, you can message me. Absolutely. Like I said, yeah, I can wait. I'm not doing anything else today, man. I'm not. So unless I get like a phone call or something, then, I got it. I'm having to pretty much measure out when I'm doing stuff and how I'm doing it. And it's so taxing, man. I'll tell you. And with the advent of social media and technology and the shift in society because of COVID, it's just so much, man. And I got some of the most versed people in the industry that I'm dealing with who are they just don't know what's going on. And it's on them. They expect me not to put myself ahead of them, but they got to understand is just like, if you're moving forward and you got fire coming in your direction, do you go towards it or away from it? Depends on what kind of fire it is. That's just my opinion. So I guess what I'm saying to you is, in reference to my predecessors in the industry, I'm putting them behind me so that I can move forward and protect them behind me. But they're so used to being the protectors that they're like, oh, nobody protects us. That's an insult. So that's too bad. I'm doing it anyway. I didn't ask your opinion. I didn't ask whether or not I could. I just let you know I was doing it so that you have the heads up that I'm doing it already. I'm not asking for permission. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm providing you with the information. I'm letting you know that I've already been protecting you for 2 years. I've already been ahead of you for over a decade. And I showed up because I actually ended up showing up late and early. So I ended up showing up late just because of extenuating circumstances in my own personal life. But I ended up showed up early because of social media, the advent of social media and, COVID. So I ended up, it would have turned out that I would have been here maybe 10 years later in my 40s. But because of social media, it kind of skyrocketed my life forward. And so I'm here now. And if it weren't for some of the extenuating circumstances in my personal life, had I just been raised in my natural born environment, my natural habitat, if I had just been raised with my family properly, then I would have been here throughout my childhood. But I wasn't, and so I wasn't. And then, the world decided to have a field day and have a rough day at the same time almost. And so here I am now. But, as far as whether it's people who are just tough or whoever it might be, I'm going to do what I do because that's my personality. Like, if you tell me, you got to understand, if you tell me not to defend you, you're telling me to betray my personality. You're telling me to be somebody I'm not. You're telling me that being myself is wrong. I'm seriously, 100% most definitely, yeah. If I say to you that I'm defending you and you take it as an insult, you're insulting me. Because it's not a matter of a duty as a citizen. It's not a matter of doing the right thing. I have a personality where I am defensive of people that I care about. And you don't decide whether or not I care about you. I decide that. I decide whether or not you are someone that I choose to defend. Changing my mind is almost impossible. Trust me, ask anyone that I have ever met in my entire life. I am one of the most stubborn people possibly on the planet. Yes, I am legitimately that stubborn. So without going any further or sounding any further out there mentally, I'm not having a manic episode. I am actually that stubborn. And that's, once again, part of my personality. So you're not going to change me on that. It's, I'm just asking you to accept me for my personality. Don't ask me not to defend you, because I'm going to do it anyway, because that's my personality. I'm not doing it to be passive aggressive. I'm not doing it to bother you or to try and take your job or something. I'm not doing it for any reasons having to do with you at all. Ironically, at least not in the beginning. As I get to know you, I'm going to defend you more because that's my personality. I start off based on who I am as a person. I begin every single interaction with every human defending them with my life. And that's not training. That's who I've been my entire life. I don't care if it's weird. I don't care if that makes me different. That's my personality. It's what I do. And then you get more than my life, the better I get to know you. And that's just how I do things. And it might seem that that's nice for some people, and some people might find it overbearing. But neither one is accurate in that way about my personality. In reference to my personality, I am naturally that way, without any intervention whatsoever. And I always have been. And even after taking my own time of isolation to be on my own for a while, I am still that way. So I guess what I'm telling you is I have spent a long time getting to know myself. And I know who I am very accurately. And so it's very difficult to get me to change, because I like my personality the way it's supposed to be based on nature. And that's where I'm at. I'm a bit of a naturalist, just a bit. But that doesn't make me eco-focused either. I'm an open person and kind of an open book. Now, I want to change my headphones because these ones are going to end up dying on me and not be able to recharge. But for now, I don't really feel like shutting down the broadcast or going inside. So we're just going to keep walking. Probably going to overdo it today. It's going to be one of those days. But I got nothing better to do anyway. And I like spending time with you. Excuse me. Everyone should be accepted. Yeah. Accepting people is important. I mean, if anyone is ever going to change into being more themselves or just staying themselves, it starts with feeling comfortable enough to either acknowledge oneself interiorly or be capable, through comfort of to create a willingness to be able to shift into the next, way of living that you might be seeking based on your personality. Authentic, absolutely. Lovely spending time with you. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Something else though I'll tell you is I don't know that I will get another pair of headphones if I can figure out how to get these to charge. Because if I can be on the broadcast and not have to worry about the music coming out on the live stream, then I'm not going to change the headphones. I can tell you that some people are worried about me spending so much time in public and wearing the headphones, but most of those people are not people that I really would take their opinion on something like this to begin with, because I'm not involved in anything that would cause me to have to concern myself with whether or not I have a pair of headphones for more than a month. where I come from, like, I slept on a bed. Now, you change the sheets to keep the bed clean, obviously. But I slept on a bed from the 50s. The mattress, and it's, was from the 50s. And we changed the sheets and take care of the bed. And the clothes that I wore were from like the 80s and the 90s until, I got old enough and I started getting my own clothes. So where I come from, we have stuff for a long time and we take care of it, So for me, I threw out a pair of headphones today, and I only threw them out because they stopped charging. I don't know why they stopped charging, but they stopped charging. And so I had to get rid of them. But I'll tell you, as long as these headphones work, I will be keeping these headphones. And I know that some of my constituents are all concerned and paranoid. And I'm like, look, in reference to you, it's not paranoia. In reference to me, it is paranoia. If you think I need to be worried, then you've profiled me in one way or another. And the profiling isn't really my thing, because it usually leads to holes in stories that, should never have happened to begin with. And then who guess? Take a wild guess who has to fill those holes? Me. Not you, not my brothers, not any of my sisters, me. Because ain't nobody else willing to do it. So, instead of having to fill holes in the story any longer, I am just doing as much of this live as possible. And whatever people had to say about me or tease me about, I can handle it. I was raised Catholic. I think I can handle a little bit of rhetoric. I can handle a little bit of being made fun of. Because I was raised in the most difficult and strict environment humanly possible without, too much of the trauma, thankfully. But like I said, this is the best I could do. And anything more is just not appropriate at all. And if you didn't follow what I said there, I apologize. But that's about as far as I can take it for now, in reference to the conversation. The one-sided conversation. No editing. That's the best part of live stream. No editing. No, I haven't, Meg. All right. Yeah, I'm not. Like I said, I'm not, but I was raised that way. And I'll tell you what did it for me. My decision to back out of that situation was just when I started meeting people that were people that I had heard about, but people that I didn't, I guess, realize are, sitting in the pew next to me. And I couldn't do it. And I never thought I would be the one to back out. But I couldn't do it anymore. I really couldn't. When I found out that essentially pretty much everything in society is the same, and this truth that I thought I had was subjective, that was when I couldn't do it anymore. My commitment, the deep commitment that I had, was because in my mind that was the only thing, and it was all that existed. And when I found out that it isn't the only thing that exists, I pretty much became my own man and just started doing my own thing. And that's that. So for me, I have my faith. Beyond that, I just don't care. I care about you. I care about your feelings. I want you to, feel comfortable to talk to me about your truth. But I also have to respect my own trauma. And I have to respect my own mental health. So I guess what I'm saying, I'm doing this a little early in the day. And, normally I'm doing it when the sun's not beating down, but, oh well. I do need a lanyard. I just don't remember what for.
See these sunglasses?
And when I remember, I'll buy some. I'm going to get myself a lanyard when I remember. Now, I didn't say I'm getting it right from them. So, you know, we'll see. And I'm finally doing what I should be doing, where I'm not out of money. I'm doing good. But unfortunately, sorry, some people are just so cocky, it's disgusting. But I don't want to spend everything I got. And I'm finally making the decision not to spend everything I got. So I'm kind of walking around acting like I got nothing left. And I do, proudly. And I'm glad for that. I know for those of you that have been with me for almost 10 years, as opposed to the random strangers that give me looks as though they know me my whole life, you know, I'm still getting used to California, man. This part of it is just so brand new for me. Like I said, grew up with the same people. My audience has pretty much been the same people, with new ones over the past 10 years, 12 years almost. And you know, not counting if we're counting the time that, you know, I was gaining offline. Well, welcome, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure because I have a couple of people with your first name, so I didn't know for sure. And then being that I was just coming back recently, I didn't want to assume, but I also didn't want to click on your profile. I felt weird about that, so I did it. Anyway, you know, like I said, times are changing. People are so much more into each other's business than they used to be, at scale, and far more than I think people even realize. And oh, you live in Florida? Cool. All right. And I'll tell you something that's odd for me. I don't know what happened in my life where I don't know. This dude in front of me used to go back to mind his own business. He's super weird. What do you call it? What do you call it? As I was saying, I don't know what happened where I didn't fall into the whole like hyper socialization thing. I just didn't. Most people have fallen into or chose to jump into what is now just considered to be regular levels of socialization. For me, it still often feels like hyper socialization. And I'm not just talking about social media. I'm talking about people's social behavior, where people are, you know, by far and large, far more social with one another than we were even 5 years ago. And it's just, I haven't fully adjusted to it yet. I haven't. I'm adjusting, and I'm adjusting quickly. I just don't fully understand why people are so obsessed with always being right on cue in regular life. You know, it doesn't make any sense to me. Because I try to tell you, you know, like people are so busy trying to chase some sort of social perfection, and they miss out on themselves, and they don't know it. They never find out. Now, if that's your truth, that's different. You know, if that's who you really are, to be constantly seeking the social perfection, and that's really in your personality, then more power to you. But, you know, I think we're finally getting over this Nazified society. We're finally reacclimating society to a post-Hitler America. And we're doing good, you know, like they had a large impact on our life and really made askew what was made to be natural and appropriate. And, you know, we're finally slowing down, at least in this country, to a pace that is healthy for everyone. And that's how I see it. And it's very unfortunate, you know, how many people are still, you know, mentally misconstrued about how society truly operates. I mean, there's people who don't even believe that we have changed at all as a country or as a people in decades, and we have. So I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. But give me one moment. I like to live in the moment. That's good. Yeah, I'm just coming to a point where I have people that care about me, that want to protect me, but refuse to accept that I'm ready to handle what I have to handle. You know? And sometimes they're overprotective, and I guess I'm just needing them to kind of back off quite a bit. Because I have to move on. I have to live my life. I love my family. I love my friends that I used to have. People that are now more acquaintances than friends. I care about the people that I have met over the past few years of living here, and I'm thankful for them. But I have, admittedly, I don't know why I'm saying admittedly, I have progressed so much more quickly than anyone had planned on. I progressed more quickly than I planned on because I accounted for the probability that most people would not be able to conceptualize my capability of progress. And thus, due to their inability to measure my ability, I kind of accelerated far past them far more quickly. And that wasn't part of the plan. The plan was to stay on cue. But I had many people in power who underestimated my ability, and so they kind of helped me a little more than I wanted them to. And I asked them not to help as much as they helped so that I wouldn't be, kind of going a little more quickly than I planned on. But in the end, what they did ended up being helpful, and I'm doing good, and I don't really have much to worry about, which is, it's kind of nice. And I'll tell you, nowadays I'm being told that as I'm walking down the street and stuff, that I shouldn't be interacting with people as much. That's just advice that I'm getting from professionals who are, where I'm talking like agents and people like that. No, I don't have any myself, but because I can't, I'm not willing. I'll admit to you, I'm not willing to pay the price. But like, I could have an agent right now if I wanted one. I don't have one because I don't want to pay the price. But what do you call it? Where was I? What was I saying? But yeah, pretty much I was told, they're like, your level of viewership and influence especially has reached a point where you are expected to kind of keep to yourself. And I'm like, okay, so are we blaming the county? Or are we blaming the state? Are we blaming the federal government? Because I'm not taking personal accountability for my inability to provide myself with a proper place to rest and stay out of the way. I'm not going to live out here not talking to people all day long and not doing anything all day long because that's the protocol, because that's the rules. Don't tell me that you have dealt with people in my situation in this generation, because you haven't. And I know for a fact that you haven't. And this situation for me that I'm in, they've had similar, but they're not doing a good job. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it's so simple. They're trying to tell me that me live streaming out in public and me talking to strangers is a matter of national security. Then get me some housing. Like, how on earth is it my problem? I'm sorry, but after the things that I've done for this country, you're not turning around and telling me that I'm going to go cover myself in dirt and live in a hole because you don't feel like getting me a room. It's just not happening. And the prison thing didn't work, as we all know. So it's time to just admit that you lost, realize that we're on the same team, and it's as easy as giving me a bed and getting over your pride. And if you don't want to do that, then you're going to have to put up with me being an atypical Hollywood American. I'm going to live stream. I'm going to create content. I'm going to talk to strangers. I'm going to act like a fool here and there because I feel like it. And when I want to, I'll get myself good and ready to do what you need me to do for your protocol. But until then, I'm not going to make it my problem. And if I continue to deal with problems because of that pushback, then I'll end up having to leave the country. And no, I'm not coming back if I have to leave, because I will be far too worried about any repercussions, because I've been through this, okay? So like in my home, in the state that I grew up in, I can barely even go back to that state without people being like, oh my gosh, it's him, in a good way or a bad way. And they don't want to deal with it. They just don't. And now for me, I have actually become big to the point where, being here is becoming at least a little bit more of a hindrance. And that mixed with my history, as, mixed with my experiences, is something that, just doesn't fit for protocol, as they say. So, I don't know what you want me to do, but I'm not just going to disappear into the abyss. And it wasn't part of anyone's plan for me to leave the country, anyone including mine. So we got to work it out. And don't tell me there aren't beds opening up, because I'm out here, and whenever I go to sleep at night, you end up having some psychopath that got kicked out of one of the facilities or got kicked out of one of the, apartment complexes, the ones that are provided free housing, gets kicked out, and then they're running around on the street almost naked, screaming and hollering. So don't tell me you don't have any beds, because I definitely see, based on what I'm seeing out here, beds are opening up almost every day. Hello, how are you? But I gotta eat. I'll tell you, I'm starting to get cranky, so I gotta go grab my. Or tell you what, I got a backpack full of snacks, so I'm gonna go get myself some. I'm gonna go get myself something from 7-Eleven real quick, and then if you guys want to get anything, if you want to help me out, hangry. I am hangry. That's my issue. I'm over here. Oh, what's my problem? I'm hungry. That's what it is. I'm just so used to not eating, I don't even notice. And I tell you what, based on some of my predecessors and the people I spend time with, I'm nervous to look 24 to 40 years in the future and be so angry that I don't even know that I'm angry. And I don't want that to happen. So, I got to make sure that I mind my P's and Q's and I eat and stay calm so that I don't end up having to bottle things up so much that I'm losing it, We're here for you. Thank you. Yeah, and it's especially even when I got my own community sometimes, unfortunately, if they're having a bad day, they'll turn against me. And I'm like, I'll tell you what, I don't know if you guys just got memory problems or what the issue is, but sometimes you forget that I live here. I don't care if I'm not from here. None of us are from here. Most of us aren't even Native American. More than 90% of America technically isn't American. So, I don't want to hear it, So California especially, I've been here longer than most people that have ever tried to live here. But we're all here. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we're here. So, just like I don't like it when people treat me with any sort of disrespect. I really don't like it. And I try so hard not to throw disrespect in anyone's directions. And I'm dealing with so much to begin with. And I just don't need it. You know what I mean? Like, I got people that I got to take care of, same as you. And when I'm minding my own business and not causing you a problem, there's no reason to go out of your way and cause me an issue just because you're having a bad day. You know, and I think that's part of why they want me off the street, is that I'm not having to deal with issues that don't have anything to do with me, you know? And I get that, because then it's a trickle-down effect, you know, or even just a lateral move, you know? Where, you know, their stuff ends up trickling into my stuff, and then it's a problem for them, and it's not my fault because I've already established those ground rules and those boundaries, and they say to me, oh, well, I didn't agree to this. I don't care. I told you how it is. I told you how I live my life. You don't have to like it. Just realize when you end up with problems and you think you're going to take me to court, you're going to go to court with somebody else, and you're never going to hear my name again. And then if you do, you're going to be reminded not to speak it. And I don't like having to go that route, ever, because it makes me look like a jerk. And I'm really not a jerk. I have to stand my ground sometimes. Snack time for you too. Spread love, absolutely. And you know what? I'll get myself some liquid later. I probably shouldn't be, you know, drinking while I'm eating, drinking while I'm eating. So I'm gonna go all the way here and just get myself situated and eat a snack or two. And some people wonder, they're like, how come sometimes you do what we want you to do and sometimes you don't? I'll tell you the real simple answer. Because there's things I want from you. What? You want me to lie to you? I'm doing what you want me to do because I want something from you. I want housing. I don't have housing. And just don't mistake that for obedience. Because you're not getting me to bow to what you want. Trust me, you're not. What I'm doing is all I have to do to get what I want out of you. And if you don't give it to me in a proper time frame, then it just becomes I become more difficult. And that's how it is. So you could deal with me, who's going to be honest with you, or you could deal with someone that's lying to you. You know, you want to be fake, but I don't have time for that. I should say I don't make time for that. I don't. I could, once I have a roof over my head. But people that are telling me, you know, when they say I'm insensitive or something, I'm like, you do realize that when I'm having a good week, I get to sleep with a roof over my head a day to 3 days a week, if I'm lucky. And that is luckier than most, I will admit. But then to tell me that because of my capabilities, mixed with the fact that I get a roof over my head 1 to 3 days a week, says that I don't deserve the same as the next guy, that's not fair at all. That's not fair in the slightest. It's not fair or equal. I deserve it just as much as the next person. And you using protocol to tell me that I don't deserve a roof over my head is not only illegal, it's a violation. It's a capital offense. And in case you don't know what a capital offense is, Google it. So yeah, I'm not going to snitch on you. I'm not going to call you out personally. But I'm going to tell you that you're committing crimes that are going to put you at the crime. Like what you're doing to me by not getting me in proper housing it's an actual capital offense. You can look it up. So like I'm over here trying to just like let it go and not bother you about it. Don't make the same mistake that people in other states made with me. Don't take the long route until you learn that you're wrong and I'm accurate and you're inaccurate. Don't do it, because I will win. I will. I'm letting you know ahead of time. And I'm not being cocky about it. I'm not. I'm telling you that you're using your principles as an excuse to explain away your guilt for not coming through on promises you've made to me, on legal agreements that have been made about me getting housing. Goes, you got to play the game. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm playing the game just enough, but I'm already supposed to have a roof over my head. You guys remember me sitting on this bench? Well, it's been, I think, almost 3 weeks? And they're trying to tell me that the more I talk about it, the longer they're going to take. Don't worry. By the time I get housing, you won't have a job. I promise you that. I know for a fact. That's what I really mean. If I'm going to say it without sugarcoating it, I know for a fact that you are going to be in the same position as I'm in when I get housing. You are going to be unhoused and unemployed on the street whenever I get housing. Because that is playing the game. And the game is going on whether we agree with it or not. When you cheat the game, you get cheated. You tried using me to cheat the game. And I'm someone that attracts a lot of attention. And so, yeah. Everyone should have housing. Yeah, everybody deserves a roof over their head. Civil rights, absolutely. I'll tell you something, it's like, so I got some people in my life, and people ask me, like, how come you're so loyal to these people and you're not as loyal to us? Well, I say, well, what have you done for me? They're like, well, we made you famous. We put you on track to be financially wealthy. So that's great. I say, well, what else have you done for me? And they go, oh my gosh, are you serious? Like, I wait for them to calm down. And I say, hey, what did they do for me? What did these friends of mine do for me? These associates. They put a roof over my head, even temporarily. They put food in my belly, even temporarily. You can offer me money. You can offer me gold. You can offer me glory. You can offer me God status. Food and housing. Food and housing. The necessities, the priorities. And with that said, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. And I'm going to grab something to eat for myself real quick. But I'm going to have to dig in this thing to grab a snack. So it is what it is. But I was going to go into 7-Eleven and grab something. But there's a homeless guy there who, he doesn't have anywhere to go at all. And so if I went in there and grabbed something while I was live, it would have put him in an uncomfortable situation. So I didn't want to do that to him. So I'll grab something to drink after I have a snack. And people say, some people say that's nice of you, and some people say, well, you're letting them take advantage of you. I say, well, let me say it this way. Either way, it's technically bringing attention to the situation, and the day's going to come when I don't pay attention, where I'm not worried about what you're doing at all. The day's going to come where I do what I want, and that's it. And until then, I'm trying to be as nice as I could and buy people time to take care of what they got to take care of before I take over my situation completely. And they say, that's too much. You shouldn't do that for people. I say, well, if I don't do that for people, then I'm not staying true to my own personality. That's it's my personality. So if I have the ability to do the nice thing, I try to do the nice thing. Just remember, when I'm in a bad mood, I'm in a bad mood. And if I got to take the advantage and get what I want, that's what I'm going to do. Because I got to eat too. And there's nothing else to it. I have to eat too. These are clothes. There's my food. See, I'm smart. That's what I do. So for the moments when when my mind is occupied, I try to organize stuff in a fashion that is easier to remember. So I put my food in a separate bag so I'd remember where my food is at. See, it's like I've been in a situation where, you guys know the amount of social attention I got. Some of you know how to measure that. But this whole like living under the cuff thing is something I don't really want to do. Like I don't. I honestly don't. Some people are like, "Oh, we thought you wanted to do it." I'm like, "No, I have just had to do things that way for a while." For reasons having to do with just letting time pass and letting things blow over about certain situations. Stuff that I didn't want negative attention being brought to people that, were trying to maintain their privacy. Which brings us full circle to me trying to find my water, wherever the heck it's at. Okay. But I got my water, got my snacks. So I'm going to eat this 3-day-old peanut butter and jelly. God help me. Hopefully it's still good. I'm learning Spanish. Some of you will be happy to hear. I downloaded Duolingo on my phone, and I'm learning Spanish. Thanks for the follow. I figure, so Spanish is a primary language in America. So to help you understand where I come from, that's fun. Yeah. To help you understand where I come from, people still haven't come to accept that Spanish is a primary language. They haven't even come to accept the notion of Spanish as a secondary language. Okay? So where I come from, we're a little behind. Me, I get it. I'm on cue. But just to tell you, it's tough. It's tough to move out here and be dealing with people getting used to me coming from what I come from, because so many people associate you with where you come from, and so to come out here and be somebody that fits in, but sometimes be treated like somebody that doesn't, it's hurtful. It sucks. It's not fun. But thanks for the follow there. Thank you. Oh, yeah. Now I'm going to, all right, that's it. I'm telling you something right now. If you are someone that I remember and you want me to pretend like I don't remember you, too bad. I won't. There's no way. Some of you, I remember where I was when I met you. I just got a message from somebody that I met when I was on my way to the Colorado Rockies. It was my first time driving through the Rocky Mountains. And I remember meeting the one person in online. I remember meeting them in my chat when I was going through the Rockies. And I'm not going to pretend like I don't know you. I won't do it. I'm thankful for how we met. I remember meeting you. And that's it. Just made your account. That's awesome. Well, you kind of just told on yourself, just so you know. I wasn't gonna call you out. But yeah, I'm gonna finish my sandwich. And then I'll have people that want me to work their stuff into my plans, right? And like they don't realize, like I got so much going on that I can't even talk about. And then people want me to like work their stuff into my plans. I'm like, how am I supposed to do that? And then I try to find a way, you know? I try. But you're talking to a guy that has so little free time that I'm eating 3-day-old PB&J. Because I haven't even had time to open my suitcase to eat my peanut butter and jelly. I haven't even had time to open my backpack to pull out my portable charger. You just want to make friends. Well, good. And me too. And then people will be like, bro, you need to shave. You probably should have left your blanket somewhere. I'm like, to try and tell me, oh, you look homeless, or you shouldn't be on camera chewing. I'm like, I'm going to say this with the most respect I possibly could. I don't care. Because I can't afford the mental energy to care whether or not I left my blanket in my backpack. I can't afford the mental energy to care whether or not I'm eating a 3-day-old PB&J. I can't afford the mental energy to care whether or not I'm properly shaven. I don't have the mental energy to care whether or not I should be talking about it. That's that. Okay. You think I'm great? Well, thank you. Yeah, if you guys had any idea how much, oh God, I don't even want to talk about it. I really don't. And of course, as usual, I find it hilarious because it's just so expected at this point. So expected. And what I was going to say is so obvious that I don't even have to say it. I could literally just say what I said, and most people would just know what I'm talking about. Like, that's how sad it is. That's how bad the situation is. It's just unbelievable. Favorite movie? I don't know. I don't know yet. I haven't seen enough of them to know yet. Well, that's good. What's I don't know if I've seen that. You know what I have seen though? You on the other end of my block button before. Ugh. See, it's not grease, but there's something. This is jerky. It's like seaweed jerky. Excuse me. And I want to try it, but it's like almost nasty. I got chicken breast with rib meat. Probably separate this before anything. I don't want to put food in this backpack. I really don't. So these are going in the trash. I ain't gonna eat I feel so bad throwing this stuff out, but it's like greasy. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the deal is with it, so I don't want to eat it. It's not sealed, but oh, that's right, and I still got some buns. So that's next meal. I got myself some buns. I got myself some packaged meat, like sealed, that I could eat anytime. Look at that! I accidentally have like a full meal. I didn't even do this on purpose. I bought all this stuff separately, but I like at the house. Like it's one thing when you're somewhere, you got somewhere and you can put stuff someplace, but when you're out here like this and you buy that stuff separately, it all ends up in your backpack. Or however you get it, it's impressive. So I'm like, I'm impressed with myself. I am, okay? I'm allowed to be impressed with myself. I got buns, I got meat, and I got snacks. And I didn't mean for any of that to fall together. I usually just I'm happy. I'm in a good mood, okay? I'm in a good mood. So this is all good. That's not. So this can go here. Thanks for the hearts. I felt so bad blocking that one because that's someone that's been watching me for a long time. She's been around for about 6 years. She usually watches from another person's broadcast. She felt comfortable enough to come in here, but it's unfortunate because if I'm not getting that respect, it doesn't matter where my life's at. I'm not gonna go for it, So that's it. Then most of you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then I got a full bag here of all like cookies and snacks, like all chocolate and sugar and peanut butter. Oh, it's gonna be delicious. But I'm not all that hungry because I just had those 2 sandwiches. I'll probably finish off this water and that'll be it.
I didn't see.
Yeah. No need to overcomplicate things. Probably just throw all this in one bag. Or throw it and put it into, well, and throw it in one bag. No, I'm not throwing it. Why would I got 2. Yeah. Good. And I don't know what it is with everybody in society and all these, well, we got to explain everything we do. You go ahead and explain everything you do. I don't give a rat. I don't care. They say, oh, you don't have an explanation. What are you, a cop? If you're not a cop, I don't have to explain myself to you. And even if you are a cop, half the time I don't have to explain myself. You know how often I get questioned by police? Never. Because I'm not a criminal. So I don't get questioned by the police. So I don't live my life waiting to be arrested. I don't live my life waiting to be questioned by cops. I just live my life. And they say, oh, they'll catch you off guard. Like, how scummy do you think they are? They're not that bad. They're really not. And they're like, well, that's not my experience. No, your experience is that you're a criminal and you're just mad because you got caught. And that's usually the truth. Like, most of the time, they don't bother people that aren't breaking the law. At least that has been my experience. Usually. I can't say it doesn't happen. I can definitely say that sometimes it happens. But it doesn't happen often. Okay, well, that bus smells like puke. Hey, what's up? How are you? Oh, that's why I did. That's why I'm being a dick. Because I just closed that shit up. Because, I got a sixth sense about it. I know when people are fucking trying to distract me. Like, yeah, let me just give my shit away. Like, I gave the waitress a $20 tip last night because she was real kind to us and made sure that we got our stuff taken care of. The waitress made sure that we got that we got properly compensated on a meal and a drinks. So I tipped her well, because she actually reached out to the manager and everything. So she went above and beyond. So I tipped her real good. One second. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna go on some. I'm good. Thank you. I already asked you. Sorry. What do you call it? But that doesn't mean I'm gonna go on a generosity spree. Like I'm not. I have my food, right? I'm not, just because I have money doesn't mean I'm going to be some fake guy. Well, who am I in real life? I'm going to set the example. I don't want you giving your stuff out. You set the principal example. If you're unhoused and you got money, don't give it away. If you have stuff, don't give it away unless you're trying to stay living that way. If you like your lifestyle, then you go ahead and do that. But understand that, that stuff, what goes around comes around, but you also have to remember that the society we live in is very unforgiving. Okay, people are forgiving, but the government, the system we live in is very, very unforgiving. And if you give your stuff away, the system doesn't care. You're not going to, and most people nowadays, especially with everything being documented all the time, they're not going to get away with being overly generous to you. So if you're really nice to people and then you think they're just going to turn around and give you stuff, sometimes people do, but even when they do, it can draw attention to you and then you could end up getting in trouble. So for me, I got stuff, but I'm not just going to give stuff to people that don't have anywhere to go just because I got it, right? Because I want to set the example to them of what they should do. They should keep it. That's the right thing to do, is to keep what's yours. If I just gave my stuff away, I'd have to go buy more, and I'd have to spend that money. Instead, I'm going to keep what I got, and I'm going to eat it later, because that's the common sense thing to do. I could go in to 7-Eleven and I could buy myself a couple of drinks and some food right now if I wanted to, right? Instead, I ate, 2-3-day-old PB&Js. Yeah. So, saying that on live stream, it might affect whether or not anybody kisses me on the mouth. That's okay. I've gotten to the step where at least, I have my proper paperwork to say that I don't have any diseases. So, one step at a time. I know that I'm clean. And I don't have to have anyone question whether or not I'm clean. And that's a good start. I can worry about whether or not the PB&J I eat was from today or yesterday tomorrow. And oh my gosh, I'm going to kick myself. I did it again. I just locked it up again. I hate this because what ends up happening is these idiots that distract me, They end up having to do it themselves 100 times over. And they're like, well, anything just to get you once. I'm like, well, all right. Well, I'll see you in 100 years when you're done walking in circles. And that's the biggest thing of it is I'm not going to lie to you. I do make people do that. You fuck up my shit, you can walk in circles for the next year. It's not my problem. I did it, you can do it. And I don't even have that kind of power. That's literally just something I could do on my own, just because I'm capable of that, of getting you to have to do that. I won't do it to you, but you mess with my stuff, just don't mess with my stuff. And when I say stuff, I don't refer to people or anything. I'm a very literal, very basic person. When I use the word stuff, I'm talking about stuff. This is a backpack. Backpack is under the noun stuff, right? Yeah. People aren't stuff. And if someone sees a person as stuff, then we should find them mental health assistance. That's how I see it. Now, if that's your language, I still believe that maybe mental assistance may be appropriate, but that doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means that your language and my language differ. And it doesn't mean I'm not willing to speak your language. It just means no. I don't know how to say it. I just said no, and I mean no. Very, very much. Negatory no, N-O. That's how you spell no, N-O. And don't tell me I'm wrong because we're in California. There's no such thing as wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, you must not be a Californian. And you say, oh, I'll help you keep this real easy. You don't have to tell me, you don't have to say I'm wrong. You could just, or that you're wrong. You just say, I feel. It's a lot easier. You could say, I feel that you are inaccurate. I feel that you do not understand me. Or I feel that you do not understand the facts. Whatever it might be. But I mean, it's still tough, it's because it's like when you believe in what you believe in as much as you believe in it, to the point that it's your truth, then, even when you got concrete evidence and everything, I just did it a fourth time. That's okay. That's like I said, as long as you guys don't mind walking around for years, it's not a big deal. And I'm not doing this again. Like I said, I'll leave to Mexico and you guys can fall in the ocean. And it's not my problem. What the fuck? What? Guys, I'm not doing it again. It's not a joke. This isn't happening again. It's not. Guys, I remember all of it from last year. This is annoying. They say, oh, you're not supposed to remember it. We brainwashed you. Suck my big fat dick, you stupid bitch. That's what I have to say to you. I'm your superior. You don't know it because I'm above your pay grade. I don't even exist in your bracket. You're not allowed to know about me. And I'm out here. That's how serious your fuck up is. I don't want your help. I'm going to leave for Mexico if you make me do this shit one more time. I swear to God, I'm not kidding. All right, rock them and stack them. They're not my problem anymore. Very good, thank you, sir. You hear that? You hear that, ambulance? All right, that's how that works. It's called social order. Something you guys don't even understand the basic concept of, and you think you do. I'm telling you that I'm not here to save your fucking life. I'm here to live my own. I'll help you when I have time. I've set the boundary. I've set the standard for my boundaries. If you do not respect my boundaries, you will be pushed out of my way. If you do not believe that you will be pushed out of my way, I will prove to you that you will be pushed out of my way. I'm not playing. Thank you for understanding. I am not aggressive. I am not assertive. I do not have to do anything. You will be reestablished in your social environment by basic, organized, statistical due process. And if you guys like having drivers for on your metro and you'd rather not be automated, what I'm saying is if you like your jobs as metro drivers, then when you come by me, I'm thankful to the bus drivers that don't give me problems. But any bus drivers that treat me like I shouldn't be sitting on the bench, I'm going to tell you something. It's a public city bench. This is not a metro. This isn't a metro bench. Even if it's a metro stop, it's a city bench. It's no different than a park bench. You can sit on it as long as you please. It's not loitering. As long as you're not doing anything illegal, there is no time frame for sitting on a public bench. You try to intimidate me off the bench, I will make the proper moves to ensure that metro buses are automated sooner than later. I have direct connections to people connected with people similar to Elon Musk. People that do not exist in your world. And so unless you want a hand you never see to make a move that changes your lives forever, stop fucking with me when I'm on this bench. I don't care who your cousin is. I don't care who your sister is or your brother. It will be my problem when I am no longer being pushed to my limit living on the street. Until then, I can't afford to help you. And I said no. And if you force me to, I am going to force you to live the way I'm living until I am no longer living this way. And that is a guarantee. I am communicating to you how stressed I am. And if I am this stressed, could we not agree that it may be best not to mistreat me? To me, that behavior, distracting me from getting done what I have to get done, is mistreatment. It's abuse, okay? What I am experiencing is called reactive abuse. You have traumatized me by distracting me to the point where I have repeated things that I've done over and over. That's reactive abuse. That I can take you to court for. There are people on the street who I recognize who have done this to me. You could be taken to court over that. Gaslighting, reactive abuse, love bombing. These are all now legal terms that can be used against you in court, especially in the state of California. Now you take me to court over it, I'm going to win. I'm just letting you know. You could take me to court over it if you want to. I'm not afraid of it anymore after realizing how easy it is to win. But, I'd prefer not to because I just don't like court. But, if you want to, I can make time. Just let me know. Now, you having the ability to win based on your situation, it's not impressive. It's just nowadays they call it being a bully or being a loser. It's not being dominant. Trust me. Dominance is when you're focused on your priorities. That's being dominant. When you go out of your way to, let's say that there's a cockroach going across the street or going down the sidewalk, and you decide just to step on it when it ain't bothering you, you're a bully. That cockroach ain't bothering anybody. But if that cockroach is crawling on your foot, if I have a lighter in my pocket, I'm probably going to, set fire to it because it's really fucking gross. And that's just how I am. So, if society sees me as a social cockroach, then light me on fire or get ready for an infestation because you're pissing me off and I think you're the bug. Plus, technically, if I'm the cockroach, I'm immune to a nuclear explosion, and you're about to put somebody in office that's probably going to get us blown up. So, To each his own, I suppose. But that's okay. I'm the uneducated one. Don't forget. What I mean by that is I haven't gone to a school of information. Education is the marketing term. So we need to be literal and exacting. So I'm being literal and exacting. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Okay, so at this point, I'm taking this off. And I am being a passive-aggressive dick, and I hope that everyone just ignores me being a passive-aggressive dick because I just don't have it in me to be nice right now. I'm so mad. But this is like half broken. But I have to get a screwdriver so I can take it the rest of the way off. Yeah, but like I said, some people are really starting to piss me off. Like, I'm not for it. I don't care who it is. But I'll put it to you this way. All right? In reference to the U.S. police force, guys, I don't like street justice. Okay? I said it. I don't like street justice. I don't like outlaw justice. I don't like it because it creates social dissonance. It produces fear in people. And I don't know about you, but I don't like being afraid. So if you're someone that doesn't like being afraid, then maybe you side with me. If you like being afraid for whatever reason, then I guess you don't agree. But, that's where I exist, in a mental space where I don't prefer being afraid or experiencing fear. So if I have somebody messing with me or messing with somebody that I care about, and essentially, that could be pretty much anybody on the Walk of Fame, then I'm doing something about it to put somebody on your tail. Seriously. So if you're on a Walk of Fame, don't be messing with people. Don't be causing problems for any of our locals, because I'm not doing this to please anybody or gain anybody's favor. It's like I said, built into my personality. I did the same thing where I grew up. So you check my track record. It's just the way that I do things. I do them a little differently out here because the culture is the culture is more open. So I'm a little more open about it. Where I'm from, I didn't even tell anybody. I just kind of did what I had to do. Whereas here, it's like, you kind of got to give people a heads up. But yeah, so for me, it's not appropriate to commit to street justice and shit like that. People don't really like it around here. So for me, what I do is I'll leave a timeline. I don't snitch on anybody. I don't talk about anybody. But if you piss me off enough, I'm not even kidding you. If you're doing shit and it's on a security camera and you're fucking with a local, I'll spit on the sidewalk to make sure that I'm good. You have no idea how good I am. I'll leave a pen cap in a crevice somewhere to make sure that it catches you on camera. And I will do that to you if you fuck with my locals. I swear to God. So I'll send the wolves after you. I really will. And that's a threat. You fuck with my locals and the cops will be on your ass. I promise you that. And I hate to have to use law enforcement because I know so many people are afraid of and don't really like the cops. But like I said, they're the only organization, they're the only group that we have around here that I'm aware of, that handle things in-house and quietly without violence, who know how to take care of a situation without violence. So if there are any people out there that know how to take care of a situation without committing to street justice or having to call the cops, I'd love to meet one of you. That'd be fantastic. But I don't. I really don't. So, like I said, and that includes you for using me. Don't use me to incite problems. Don't use me to produce dissonance. I'm not about it, especially if I'm live streaming. If I'm live streaming, I'm the good guy. I can't believe I have to say it. But when I'm live streaming, I'm the good guy. And some people say, well, when are you the bad guy? Honestly, nowadays, never. I don't have it in me anymore. I fell in love with somebody a couple of years ago, and she changed me forever. And then, so I became completely nonviolent. That person changed me into someone that I don't have violence in me. And after her, then I moved here. And contrary to popular belief, apparently, I have fallen in love with Hollywood. And I don't have it in me to be the bad guy. I can be an anti-hero. Thanks for the follows. Trust me when I tell you that I know how to be the anti-hero. Don't get in my way. Guys, one of my nicknames is Venom. Literally, one of the things they used to call me is Venom. So I'm not playing on that front. That's no joke. And we're talking about Tom Hardy's Venom. And that's not a joke or a game. I just didn't accept the moniker because I don't have any personality issues going on. So like when somebody calls me that, I take the compliment because I understand what they mean when they say it. When they say that to me, I understand the compliment. But I don't walk around, accepting that moniker because I don't like if I have a professional job and I'm picking up a gig, then I will say, yeah, I can be that character. But in actual life, I don't do it. It's just not for me. Some people enjoy, but me, I'm very atypical. Hello, how are you? So yeah, that's it. I like to be the good guy when I'm live streaming. I'm never the bad guy anymore, and that's because I've fallen in love with Hollywood. And falling in love with Hollywood changed me, And I'll tell you what, I really was ready to leave for Mexico. I was seriously ready to give up on my country and leave for the rest of my life. And then I moved to Hollywood and I fell in love. And ever since then, I don't know. I couldn't turn back. I ended up on this path of peace. And that's how a lot of people do it around here. They do it without violence. And it's so relieving to be able to live a life empty of violence and empty of hatred for the most part. And I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. Now, traveling, I plan to go all over the world as long as I'm able to, actually go travel. But here, I get to be me. And so, I hate to disappoint some of you, but I'm not the bad guy. And I hate to disappoint some of you, but I'm not here to play hero. I'm just a good guy. And I'm not talking about, I'm not talking about, good guy Chucky. I'm talking like a good guy. Just a regular, good old-fashioned guy. And for some people who think that traditionalism is old-fashioned, American traditionalism is not old-fashioned. It's new school. Okay? What's really old-fashioned is progressivism and what we have now. Being accepting of people, being equalist, everybody doing what they want to do. That's the way the world used to operate before modern society. And so I guess we had this time period for a couple thousand years where everybody kind of tried to organize and live one way, right? And that way of life just didn't end up succeeding. We tried to come together as a world and do everything the same way. And we started to. And then it became a problem. And then we defeated that problem. And now we're finding a middle ground where there's a little bit of everything. Everybody does what they want for the most part. But then at the same time, you got to do it in an organized fashion so that nobody gets hurt. And to me, I mean, if there ever was such thing as perfection, I'd call it perfection. You know, I think that the ability to do whatever you want within reason at the right time and place is perfection. And that's the way I see it. And when I say whatever you want, like I said, within reason. But you get the point. And now, I mean, for me, I don't really have anything else to do today. Now, just to bring it down to a regular topic and come off the philosophy. So I'm just walking around. Pretty much just I'm just going to walk in a circle. And, you know, for the people that want to actually follow in my footsteps, it's going to force those who decided to bother me today to actually literally follow in my footsteps, because currently today I'm kind of just like out there and I don't really have anyone hiding me today. So I'm just doing what I want. And what I'm deciding to do is, for the people that are kind of, you know, on the undercuff, that are put out there to protect me, they're going to actually have to walk in circles today because they decided to play lazy and distract me hard enough to have to open my bag 4 different times before I put my food back in it, and try to get me to force me to forget to put my food in my bag. And that really pissed me off. So what we're going to do today is, while I'm all Mr. Rich and Famous for 5 minutes, I'm going to walk in circles, and my security detail can walk in circles too. And if they don't like it, they can suck my giant dick. Because I didn't want to have to hire people that are lazy. And since, technically, legally, I didn't hire anybody yet, you can either walk in circles for free, the same way that I did when I first moved here, or you can find another person to follow up with. Thank you. And I might come off like a bit of a jerk, but I will tell you, if you actually decide to follow my footsteps, no matter what your profession is in reference to the industry that I'm in, you will end up better at your job. No matter what you're doing, you will end up better at your job. Maybe so much so that I might not be able to afford you when the time comes to actually decide whether or not to choose you to be on my team. Thanks for the beans. And so I also want you to realize, before you might think yourself clever and think I just revealed to you what I'm doing, I did that on purpose. I want you to know that my next step is to... you got any tablets? Just a phone. Do you do the upgrades or anything?
What company do you have?
I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what service I have right now. It's like a real... No. Yeah, it's just a real simple one. This is for my family. I'm just month to month with it. But
if you got your Medicare and your ID, it's free. You can get one of them.
my ID's outdated. The one I could show you right now is outdated. I do.
You got a current Medicare card?
It's the EBT.
Yeah. Check it out.
All right. Yeah. I mean, it won't be for me, but I'll.
Yeah,
all right.
You can have it for an extra.
And so even if I already have one, it'll permit me.
Yeah. Which one you got?
Give me a second.
Is it good? Is it nice? The one you
No.
got? Okay.
It's just, it works.
Well, this one's gonna be a full fresh one and a brand new one.
All right. Yeah. I was thankful that she worked it out, made sure that I actually got one. You know. But I mean, you asked, I answered.
I got you, bro. No trip. Yeah, we can get you, bro.
All right, guys. So I'm. All right. I'm not shutting down the broadcast. Just give me 2 seconds. Thank you.
the one you have right now?
Yeah. Maybe a month ago. Yeah, a month, maybe 2 months.
Yeah, probably you won't qualify then.
Oh, it won't work.
Like, yeah, and maybe every 2-3 months.
All right. Well, thanks for telling me. I did before we went through the whole process. But you got Samsungs?
I got something like the blue. For that one, it's gonna be like almost the first time ever applying.
What Samsung is it?
So this one is for this one you gotta qualify for this company, and it's 5G. But this costs you $60.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Now that's $60 with as long as I'm approved.
Yeah, as long as
Okay.
you're approved, yeah. You get
All
free
right.
service and you just pay for the phone.
Do you have a card? Because if you guys don't. Prosper. Okay. I'll look these up and I'll see. Because, I mean, if I can't get it from you physically and I don't see you, then I could look these up online. And in a month or two, then I could, you know,
But if you wait like 6
I could order it. Okay.
Yeah, I got a ride.
This one you can put internet, you get 25 gigabytes. But it gotta be like 5G.
Oh, sweet. Oh, I wish I found this.
With 6 months, you can apply and then you can get this
All right.
for free.
Thank you.
Now for this one, if you want to buy it, it's maybe just 6 months, and you can apply and buy this one or something with free service.
Yeah, I will, I'll look you guys up real quick. And then I should be able to check in a couple of months. Guys, give me 1 second. I just want to screenshot something. I'm going to write this down and screen.
Well, I am here, like right here. I got a car.
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
My fault. I promise you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave my music off because then my battery's gonna last longer. What do you call it? Where are we at? You guys are sending me all this money and I don't. You send it when I'm not looking. Give me 1 second. See, and then everything happens at once, and then I can't even think to. Thanks for the bean. Thanks for the follows. I am excited for Halloween. I could tell you. Hopefully, I get to celebrate Halloween this year. I don't know if I'll get to. Didn't really do anything for my birthday this year, which sucked. But it is what it is. 2 seconds. Yeah, you know how it is. You know. I always say that. But what's up? How are you? Thanks for the beans. And for the diamonds. And thanks for the follow. All right. All right. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Okay. Okay. Figured out that the song I was singing is by Aurora, not Sia. What song was I singing? Not today. I didn't sing anything today. Yet. I'll tell you what, man, you got to be careful when you're in town. Like what places you decide to visit. Like people say that I'm being a little too strict by not visiting businesses that are off the Walk of Fame. But truthfully, you have to be careful. You go even one block off of the Walk of Fame and just shopping somewhere could lead to somebody bothering you and following you around. I'm not even kidding you. So, for example, at the end of the Walk of Fame, at Gower and Hollywood, there's a 7-Eleven, right? If I go to the 7-Eleven that's over by the Netflix building, I end up having criminals bothering me. If I go to the 7-Eleven that's down, the big one, that's over by, was it Cherokee, maybe? I don't have anybody bother me. And if I go to the 7-Eleven that is right off of Gower, then I end up having to deal with homeless people. And it really is that way. I know it sounds like ridiculous, but I'm not kidding you. It's really like that. So, like, I have to be very, like, particular in reference to what businesses I frequent. Like, there's a Dunkin' down here. I won't even go to this Dunkin' or to the Taco Bell because, like, I have the apps downloaded and those are my stores. But, you know, I have those stores saved in my app as the home stores. Or as the home shops, however the heck you want to say it, the home restaurants. But I won't go to them because I end up, you know, having to deal with people that I'm really not trying to deal with. So, runaway, yeah. Basically, Schrodinger's box type deal almost. Like I said. And sometimes people just don't get code. Like I'll say, I've been saying Schrodinger's cat since 2021, and it took this many years for just one person to piece that together and say something about it. I've been saying Schrodinger's cat since I was locked in a 40. That's why they just say those a nut, and that's why, because I'm just sitting there saying it wrong to begin with, and then just shivering. Oh my gosh, people are so stupid. But I figured, like, they're sitting at their desks and they're at the office talking in code about throwing hay and shit. And so I thought, I'll speak in code. And these dumb motherfuckers thought I was sick. Oh, God, was that annoying. God, people are so stupid, man. Oh. You guys half of you don't even know what I'm talking about. The other half are probably sitting with your jaws to the floor. Can't believe I said it out loud. But that is what it is. And I hope you guys decide to start trying to decode all the shit that I said, because 90% of it was supposed to be, you were supposed to be decrypting that shit for the past year and a half. And you haven't been, and you think you have been. And I saw some of your notes that you think are classified, and you fucked it all up. So now I just gave you a hint so you could start stringing it all together. Because I was counting on you guys to actually figure it out. I'm not doing crazy shit. I'm trying to give you fucking leads for goddamn cyber terrorist cells. You're welcome. Jesus Christ. So now I said it out loud so I don't have to fucking deal with it for the next 6 years. Because I can't. I'm too stressed out. You're trying to squeeze me for information and you're just getting yourselves fucked off worse. And I try to tell you and you don't believe me. And I say, I need somewhere to live. And then you're like, well, you're saying it out loud trying to pressure us, or you're saying it out loud trying to give us problems. I'm like, no, I'm not. I seriously can't handle any more than I'm handling. This is as much as I can handle. And they're like, oh, you can't keep a secret. I'm like, you don't know pain. You don't. Trust me, I am dealing with far more than you're even aware of. And they're like, oh, we'll give you rest. I'm like, no, not the lazy kind. And no, I don't want the, do it the expensive way. I'll tell you what, I forgot about this, but a couple of years ago, I actually was looking up places. I was looking up mental health facilities that were privately funded, right? And here, in LA, there's places they charge. I think they charge like it's. I don't want to say $4,000 for the whole program, but it's like $4,500. I guess for a month, and that's just for the where you stay to take care of it, And then, that doesn't, I wasn't counting the rest of it financially because, the rest of it would be covered by insurance. But I was looking for a privatized place, and I figure, I'll go get myself some, mental assistance, and I'll do it that way. And I can't even believe that I can't even just get that. They'll say, we'll send you somewhere they give you scrubs. I'm like, no, I'm not. You're not reducing me to a set of scrubs. I'm sorry, but I'm doing better than that. And they're like, okay, well, if you're good enough not to be in scrubs, then you don't need our help. I'm like, all right, then I guess I don't need your help. I guess you're right. Not alive or dead until you observe the cat. Well, that's perspective. That's the thing of it. If the cat's dead, the cat's dead. If the cat's alive, the cat's alive. But whether or not you observe it changes your individual perspective, your mental, it's what it does is it kind of that test is supposed to help you understand yourself. So if you think that the cat in the box is alive before you see it, then that says something about your personality. If you think the cat is dead before you see it, it says something about your personality. If you think the cat is alive when you open the box, if the cat's dead, then that says something about your personality, and vice versa. So you get the idea. But now, since the government has decided to be lazy on decrypting half the shit that I've said and thrown out there for them, I now had to put it right out on the internet so that, because what I know is when the government decides to be lazy, then people usually end up trying to keep up with them, right? And they try to figure it out for themselves instead. So if I give something to you guys, and like I said, I gave my government first precedence just because of the capacity that I was operating, right? Just keep moving. I'm not about it today. Thank you. What do you call it? Like I said, I put it out there for them. And so now I put that string out there for anybody that wants it, and that's that. And I hate to have to do it that way. It feels like a freaking movie. And I'm definitely not that character in the movie. I'm usually the guy, and the character in the movie that I play is the guy that finds the thing, right? And the guy that has to figure it out. I'm never in real life the guy who has the codes or has the answer, And so I put that out there for you. And the fact of the matter is you haven't classified it yet at all. You have not put any form of classification on the documents that you have on the information that I have coded and dispersed. You don't have any of that out there. You don't have it classified. You don't have it top secret. You don't have it with any form of clearances being required. It's just, it was collecting dust on a shelf. And that was your mistake. But now that I have shared that information publicly, you are now going to have to classify it. That puts you in a situation that neither you nor I wanted you in. But I wish you luck. And it's between you and the lay people who are going to end up or already have access to all your information systems because of the constant leaks you have, because most of your employees not only carry around their cell phones, but half the time that I was in these situations, they've been recording my behavior, on their personal devices and sharing it out with people. Excuse me. Now, I told them not to, but they didn't listen. And so I stopped saying it altogether because now it's none of my business. Like I said, I'm to the point where most of what people have to say about me is none of my business. We keep walking. I don't care who we are. Notice it's different than before. What I used to say is, no matter who you are, it's not my problem. Now I say, now I say, I don't care who you are. And do I? Of course I do. I just really need to focus my energy on getting myself situated right now. I do. I'm not trying to pressure anybody. I'm not trying to force anybody to provide that assistance. I'm not. I'm really not. I am actually in that much of dire straits, and incarceration would only make it worse. Going to a mental health facility that requires you to be down to scrubs would only make it worse. The only thing that's going to help is either getting me into a proper housing facility, and it could be one of the mental health places. I don't mind. I am now going out of my way to talk to a psychiatrist and talk to a psychologist. I'm doing that on my own. You ain't got to make me do it. I'm doing it on my own. But like I said, trying to get the one up is just such a bad idea. And you guys operate on such a closed loop system that you don't understand the tools that you're using and the information you're trying to utilize. You don't. And you think you do. Like, if it helps you understand, our country is still in its infancy. And these tools have been created by people who have been running their societies for thousands of years. They know what they're doing. They're not joking around. And it's not a game. We should have banned TikTok or bought it 10 years ago. We should, or not even 10 years. Well, because 10 years ago it was called Musical.ly. But before Musical.ly even came out with their live streaming capability, they should have been shut down. That's my viewpoint. I was on Musical.ly doing my own research and looking into how it worked back before it was even called TikTok, before ByteDance bought it. So, it was a national security risk and flagged by the DOD 8 years ago. And now it's obviously a monstrosity and needs to be stopped. But that's just my viewpoint. I'm in social media. I'm all over it, as you guys know. And I don't even use TikTok. That's coming from a guy that jumps into a fire. That's coming from a guy that jumps into a firefight. I don't have TikTok on my phone. I'll jump into the middle of bullets, and I don't have TikTok on my phone. That is how dangerous TikTok actually is. So, just so you know. Bigo is essentially a baby TikTok. I am safe to use Bigo. Most of you are safe to use Bigo, or I wouldn't be using it at this stage of the game, in this point of my life. But it is a very, it's in its infancy. So very much like Bigo, America needs to work on some stuff before it tries taking over the world. And if we're not trying to take over the world, then we might want to stop acting like it. That's just how I see it. And if you're an internet psychiatrist or an internet psychologist, I recommend getting a lawyer because times are changing. And I don't really think that you want to be in that profession when the laws change. Just letting you know. Even if you're just trying to help people, you're going to be saying, "Oh no, I'm just trying to help people," as they cart you off in cuffs. Just letting you know. It doesn't matter if you have a degree. It doesn't matter if you have a PhD. They don't care. The government doesn't care. If you're breaking the law and you're online telling people, telling the public what you think someone's mental diagnosis is, you're going to end up in prison. And that's a fact. You can call it censorship. You can call it whatever it is, or whatever you prefer to call it. I do see it as censorship. I do. I'm just telling you how it is. So be very careful with that, because you can get in a lot of trouble very quickly.
Sometimes you have to break down bits and pieces, like bite-sized info or something. Yeah, but I just figured people that are talking in code would understand that I was speaking in code, and they did. They did. Like, I'm talking to lawyers right now, and but I'm doing it confidentially. I'm not sharing a whole lot, but I'm being pretty careful with what I say and don't say. At the same time, it's like I have to be properly compensated. I don't want
any money. I don't want it covered up. I want my record expunged. I want that taken care of, because I'm not okay with having it at all. I'm not comfortable with it. I don't have anything in the state of California. I'm talking about stuff that I got elsewhere that I have a serious issue with. So we'll see what happens, you know. I just don't like how it affects my reputation. Like I don't fit into that social category, and so I'm not comfortable with having that on my record, having any of that on my record, because like most of the people that I deal the most closely with are people that don't have any record at all, and half of them are on the opposite side of that anyway. Like, you know, a lot of them are like either law enforcement or, you know, governmentally involved in one way or another. So like we don't have criminal records. We're not criminals. So, you know, we got to work that out somehow. I'm trying to figure that out. What ended up happening was someone had thought that I was snitching, and it wasn't me. It was, well, I'm going to sell him out because he's my fucking brother, so fuck him. It was my half-brother. My half-brother apparently is a criminal. I didn't know. And he snitched. He opened his mouth and started talking about stuff he wasn't supposed to talk about. Not in the criminal world, just he was talking about governmentally top secret information. And it almost got him in a lot of trouble. And then he claimed that he wasn't him. And so then they thought it was me. And that led to, you know, them coming down on me a couple of years ago. Not here in the state of California, but, you know, I'm all right now. But just so you know, it was an unfortunate situation. Welcome back. Health assistance, you need diagnosed by a physician, I think. Yeah, I know. The observation changes the results. Well, that's it. There's the thing of it. Your observation of the experiment, that's right. Your observation, you're accurate. The observation of the experiment alters the outcome of the experiment. And thus, observing the experiment in a real life capacity changes the outcome, especially if the control is aware that they are a part of the experiment. So for me personally, like most people are like, oh, maybe there's a social experiment. Like half people just think it's crazy. They don't actually think it's a thing. Me personally, I'm not only aware of it, but I'm like in tune with, you know, my situation in reference to the social experimentation. I already know all about it. And, you know, most people are like, oh, that's crazy. I'm like, that's fine. My track record will prove that I'm accurate and not just making it up. You know, I have enough clout in the information community to vouch for that. But, you know, I just, I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed at the current situation, like I told you. So. So I guess it's the same thing. I'm telling you guys now the same thing that I told them in 2021. I'm aware of what's going on and what you're doing. And that alone is going to change the outcome. And you don't know. And you're not going to find out. And I got people that are kind enough to try to be helping me. They're trying to help me. And you're getting them put in uncomfortable and inappropriate situations. And I'm getting bothered by it. Yeah, I'm mad as fuck. You have no idea how upset I am about what's going on, because you guys are so sociopathically driven that you're disinvolving yourself with people who need help, and you're behaving in a way that is detrimental to people that need it more than I do. I don't know how else to say it to you. I didn't ask for help from the psychopaths. I asked for help from the professionals. And if you consider yourself a professional and you're dealing with sociopathic tendencies, you have my sympathies, but I don't want your assistance, because I'm in the realm of professionality, and the job that I want done
needs to be done by a full, a professional, not somebody that is just focusing on the information. If I wanted a robot to do a job, I'd hire a robot. If I wanted to be evaluated by a test on the internet, I'd take a test on the internet. So if you are dealing with issues where you're not engaging with your feelings, I feel for you, but I'm not interested. And I already said that. And I understand that because of your illness, you have difficulty accepting the word no, but you have to logically deduce that I have decided to remain uninvolved. If that's what you have to do, but you have to accept no as an answer. You have to. And if you haven't been able to logically put that together, then it's a mixture of your sociopathic illness with an overzealous amount of confidence, ergo, narcissistic personality disorder, potentially, right? So I say potentially, because I'm not slandering anybody you guys don't even know who I'm talking about. So, it is what it is. But to the people that exist in a space where, you're just trying to maintain that privacy, then stop coming at me when I'm living out here in the public. And I know that some of you are trying to protect me by keeping me in the public and keeping me out here like this, but it ain't good for me either. I can handle myself in the dark. Don't get me wrong. That's where you guys are going wrong. You're telling me without telling me to prove to you that I can handle myself in the dark, but never turning out the light. Telling me that you're going to leave the light on 24/7. But when I prove that when I show you that I can operate in the dark, then you'll let me operate in the dark. Guys, I'm so good at operating in the dark, you never knew I was there to begin with. And then you say, well, when there's proof or evidence, then we'll give you a chance. When there's proof or evidence, the only thing you're proving at that point is that I didn't do a good job. So I already know that you're trying to cut me out of my own assistance. You're trying to cut me out of my own benefits. And that's fraud. That's federal fraud. And like I said, in some capacities, particularly the situation that I'm in, that's a capital offense. That's a felony offense, and you can go to prison for about 15 years for creating an issue in my situation. And I understand that you're fighting for your friends and your family, and you're trying to make sure that they don't get booted out of the country. I can tell you something. I feel for you. I hear you on that. But right now I'm on the street. Once I'm off the street, then I can make some room for that issue. As of right now, there are people that have come to this country who have never done any of what I've had to do that currently have somewhere to live, and I don't. And that is where you end up starting a race war, and I already know about that sleazy shit, and I'm not about it. So do me a favor, instead of thinking that I'm some idiot that's going to succumb to your game, I already know how to play that game. I was there. I was one of the only people trying to keep people out of trouble. I was never there, but I was there. I want you to think about any occasion between 2018 and now. Well, about a year ago. Every occasion that would fit the bill of what I'm telling you in our country, in one way or another, I was there. I'm done. I'm 30 years old. I'm retired. I'm done. I'm done helping. All right? I'm done putting myself in the middle of international issues that could potentially cost me my life. I'm saying it on live stream in front of 250 people, from an audience of 250 people. I shouldn't have to. Don't tell me it didn't need to be said, because I've set the boundary over and over, and you don't learn the lesson. So now you can pay the international price legally and financially. Enjoy. Be ready for the bill in the mail. Be ready for the eviction notice. Remember, I gave you 2 years. And don't tell me that you gave me one chance that lasted 2 months where I got put in the back of the line. And that is something I should have been thankful for and considered to have been enough. I don't want your protection. I don't want your help. I want the assistance owed to me by the county of Los Angeles. Assistance that is delegated to you to give out. It doesn't belong to you. Give me what I'm owed, or I will sue, and your name will be on the docket. Because the lawyer won't allow me to do it any other way. That's not a threat to sue. That's me informing you that if I do not sue, I will end up having to leave the country. Unless I get housing, obviously.
I know you don't.
What I'll tell you is that if I have to leave my country for my country, I'm not coming back. You can ask my ex, who thought I was going to come running to her. No, you play me, I'm done with you. That's how it is. I dedicated my life to that woman. And all I said, I need your loyalty, and that's it. You break my trust once, I'm never talking to you again. Let that one example set for the whole world. Anybody on the entire planet. I don't care who it is. That's my personal rule. You break my trust, you're out of my circle. And that's it. So that goes for my country right now. Is that I am beginning to feel that my trust is broken. That my trust with my country has been broken. That's how I'm beginning to feel. And thus, my next move may have to be leaving the country. And I no longer have a time frame to give you. I will say that it's overdue, that assistance is overdue. And I'm beginning to have to do things on my own. And I'm fine with that, I don't mind. But I am starting to cut off the avenues that bring resources to this country from my stocks and supplies. And I'm not going to stop cutting them off. I'm going to give less and less over time the longer I have to do things myself. And that's just the way it has to be. And I appreciate the attempt to assist, but I don't need the rumors. I don't need the lies. I know you guys are trying to bring the fame faster, but the negativity, I just don't want it. I don't need it. And it's not faster. I know they say that negativity in the brain is more powerful, but that's a lie. That's actually disinformation. That's misinformation. That's not how the brain works. There's been many times, even in U.S. history in the past 200 years, that our understanding of the human body has changed. And we will end up having a change in medical history where and medical information, where we stop saying that fear and negativity are more effective or more focused on. They're not. Joy and positivity are definitely more powerful in the brain. They are more powerful and addictive in the brain. Fear and negativity are majoritatively useless nowadays, and that's just how it is. Thanks to the follows. Tracy says, you're a psychologist. She says, I'm a Libra. Yeah. That's good. Just we're in a very touchy situation, so coming into broadcast and attempting to assert authoritative bias, and then potentially claim that you're just sharing that information. It puts you at risk because, as you claim, if you are a psychologist, then you would understand that stating in the broadcast that you're a psychologist could put you in a precarious situation. I'm trying to protect you as someone kind enough to be in my audience. Welcome to the broadcast. Angie goes, she's a Capricorn. I'm not a Capricorn. No, I'm a Libra. And was it Libra and
Jack Black?
what do you call it? A Libra and maybe a Leo. I think it's Libra and Leo are my signs. I'm mostly a Libra, but I'm also, I think it's a Leo or something like that. I don't remember. I took one of those birth chart things once. Okay. Yeah, I'm not doing. I didn't even get to the rest of her comments yet. I'm good. 1 second. Yeah, see, I cheated a little bit and looked at those later comments, and I was wise to go ahead and hit that block button. Oh, thanks, Brogy. That's the other thing is, you guys are either just a part of the audience or you're my fans. I don't know what category you fall into in reference to your followship of my life. But like my life and my broadcast isn't like an open forum, right? So like it's focused around me, and it's not narcissistic. It's not selfish. It's what it is. Like I don't have, the open broadcast as the name of my account. You have to put your name on the account. So like it's my name, right? And on the account. And so it's my account and I'm sharing my life. So it's not really like an open forum. I kind of have, that's just how I'm doing it. Welcome to broadcast. Open information. Oh, well, thank you. Broadcast. Free input. Okay. Queen Bee, thanks for the follow. I'm not even reading any of that. Thanks for the follow. Chris, welcome to the broadcast. And see, even that is an example of like how there are so many professionals out there that are dealing with severe mental illness themselves. And like, how can you expect me as a consumer, as a customer, as a client, as a patient, as a patient, how could you expect me as the patient to go to a psychiatrist or a psychologist who's dealing with severe mental health issues themselves when I am talking about potentially things going on in my life that cause them, that trigger them, right? And then they get triggered and then they're not able to do their job appropriately. I don't feel comfortable going to a psychologist or a psychiatrist dealing with severe mental health issues because I'm dealing with severe mental health issues if I'm going to the psychiatrist or psychologist for that amount of money. I expect to be speaking to somebody who is of sound mind. Now, some people would prefer to go to somebody who has that experience. I wouldn't. And that's not judgmental. It's me wanting to go to somebody who is able to stay focused on me as the patient, right? Like me going there is not a bonding experience with my psychologist. It's not a bonding experience with the psychiatrist. It's supposed to be about me as the patient. That's what you go there for, right? So like, I'm not going to go to a psychologist who's going to sit there and talk about themselves all day and then, or all, for that hour or however long, or just has like an extreme bias about my situation. I don't want to have to turn to a computer system, but I also don't want to turn to someone who is in extreme duress themselves. And like, how can I trust the industry itself when I have somebody like that, claiming to be a psychologist and then is behaving that way in the comments? Like, if that's how you're behaving when you're not online, or when you are online, how can I trust you to properly diagnose me? How could I possibly trust you to do your job? Because if if you can't be trusted to maintain your composure, then I speak to you about confidential issues. How can I trust that you're not going to go and talk to your friends about it? I can't. And so then I don't feel safe to go to you. Ancestor goes, inbox you for the reading. What reading? Fresh, welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to the broadcast. Mario, welcome to the broadcast. Mario goes, hillbillies are so easily impressed. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean. Capo, welcome to the broadcast. I'm going to show them a picture of a horse. What a scumbag. Sorry, I got rid of him. Oh no, I know exactly who you are. You are some random sitting in my block list. Benny, welcome to the broadcast. Have fun in prison. Yeah. Angie says, you're a Leo moon, Aquarius sun and rising. Cool. Good afternoon, Savvy. How are you? Welcome to the broadcast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's just my finger. What do you call it? It got infected, so I had to clean it. Yeah, I got it clean. I'm good. Welcome to Bigo. All right. Oh my gosh, you look exactly, well, you don't look exactly like me, but you look quite similar. What's up? My Slavic counterpart. Okay. What am I up to tonight? Oh, Daisy, I am just, that's really loud. And like super uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, just like the music version of me. Just kidding. Did I eat today? Yeah, I had some PB&Js. It's 80 in Chicago. My gosh. Okay. The next person that threatens me with a warrant's getting their ass kicked. You know what? Kick his ass down the road. Thank you. I don't care if it's, you know what? Just so you don't go to jail, you can make it your own. Just get him in a bar fight or some shit. He wants to be Jack Reacher? Make him be Jack Reacher. How's that sound? You want to play super spy? Then you can be one. You think you're better than me? Then you can do the shit I've had to do. You ever see Jack Reacher? Yeah, it's a good fucking movie. So, you can enjoy your next bar fight. How's that sound? Want to fucking threaten me with a warrant? I should teach some of these motherfuckers to shut their mouths. I hate to have to do it, man, but I'm just so done playing. And I'm talking about people that are being that way. If it's someone who's minding their own business, and like, for example, if you can't handle a bar fight, I'm not going to throw a bar fight at you. You know, like, why the heck would I do that? Now, if your worst nightmare is being made fun of online and you fuck with me, be ready to get made fun of online. If your worst nightmare is getting in a bar fight and you fuck with me, get ready to get in a bar fight. So I am a really good read. I understand the human personality to almost every capacity, and I know your worst fear by just looking at you for 7 seconds. So don't fuck with me. And if I'm on your good side, good. If you're on my good side, good. But I'm having one of those days, and I don't want to be fucked with. I know some people are just trying to play around, but I'm just not in the mood. And so we're just going to put that on automate. You fuck with me, I'm not even going to say anything about it. We're just going to do what I did last year for almost a full year. I didn't say anything to anybody. I didn't bother with anybody. I just let shit happen. I put every one of everything that I had to say on automate. And I let it happen. And people didn't even know. So that's what we're going to do. And I give you the fair warning now this time. You won't get ahead of me, so I'm not worried about it. But, I'll give you a fighting chance because you're at least, being a little bit hospitable. You're a lover, not a fighter. Me too. Guys, do you have any idea how much corruption I've weeded out of the government? Do you have any idea how many organized criminals I've had removed from government positions? Do you have any idea? It's none of my business. Don't make it my business. This is the second time I'm telling you since I've moved here. Don't make it any of my business. Thank you. No, how much? Too much. That's how much. So much that I can't even tell you how much. I don't do corruption. I don't like it. I won't bother you. But here's the thing. I'm really good at keeping my mouth shut. You have no idea how good I am at it. That's how good I am at it. But I'll tell you, no different than I said on the basic level. When the criminals bother me, I'll spit somewhere. I'll leave a little bit of timeline being pulled on that security camera, so they get caught. You want to play with the wolves? You can get chased by the wolves. I've been chased by real wolves. It's not fun. Okay. Yeah, and we're not doing that again. And I don't need any of it. I'm good. Yeah. So it comes to Chicago. Yeah, I know. Tell you what. After they found out what I did, they tried putting me in witness protection. Never snitched. Never talked to anybody. Tried putting me in fucking witness protection without my permission. Filled out all the paperwork and everything. Tried spreading rumors saying I was dead. I never died.
We need some tap.
Oh, they're tapping. I don't got to tell them anymore. What do you call it? I told them, man, it's just so that obituary online, that ain't me. People don't even know. Now, thanks to this motherfucker, I can't even go into. I want to go get a drink and something to eat. I got to keep walking. What do you call it? So I can pretend that the social order still exists. Everybody's stuck in the 80s. My bad. And I have to be sensitive to their feelings. So I'm trying. Thanks for the follow. But anyway, back on topic. So just to dispel the rumors, I'm not in witness protection. I've never spoken on anyone. That's a fact. Excuse me. And I don't have and I'm going to say this before I say the second thing, so I'll add just to this. Just because I didn't talk doesn't mean I have an interest in any of your organizations. I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't. So please, when I say keep your distance from me, I'm making a polite request. I'm not making a demand. I'm not being disrespectful or rude. I'm saying any more family. I got plenty, okay? And they are so deep and dark and hidden, even the government don't know about them, all right? and you're never going to fight. They've existed longer than you've ever even had your order or your social organization. So, most of us just don't come out in public. Me personally, I like it out here. And when COVID hit and the advent of social media, came about, I decided to step out here. And that's that. I like it out here. I don't need to hide in a cave somewhere. No offense. But neither do you. So if you feel comfortable, come on out. I know last year I saw a few of my own. I was very, very happy to see you feeling comfortable enough to come out in public. I was impressed in your ability to kind of stay private. And the confidence and the, just your ability to be more humble is something I wasn't expecting. And I'm very proud of you. I am. I really am. So I don't expect you to do what I do and be out here as much as I'm out here. I don't want to be out here so much anymore. I want to come home. But I guess these guys are still stupid. And they haven't learned yet. So we'll have to teach them a lesson or two, I suppose. That's fine. Thanks for the follows. But I'll tell you, my assistance was requested in Chicago, Tampa, Manhattan, and and it's just in a remote part of West Virginia that we're not going to talk about. And no, I'm not referring to Pocahontas County. I'm talking about, you don't know, I guess. It's just a part of West Virginia having to do with just some stuff that has been outdated for a while. But like I said, there's nothing I could do. I'm not in the business of helping people to gather resources that are outdated. I'm not, this isn't gun runners. This isn't, I'm not going to foreign countries and picking up ammunition. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not, and there were rumors talking about me getting access to, cloaking devices, physical cloaking devices, like blankets that can shield you, similar to ghillie suits, just that they're mirrored and it looks like they're being seen through. Thanks for the follow. And that obviously is not true. How could it possibly be true? Think about it, guys. It's me. People just get so confused because I say that the people that I'm close to are people that you don't know about. And then they kind of just take it to whatever level they could think to take it to. And I'm sorry, but I'm not on that level. I'm not doing anything like that. The stuff that I'm into and the people I'm involved with are very quiet people. They're very peaceful people, I might add. Real life doesn't work the way it does in the movies, In the movies, they say, if it's deep and dark, then it must be violent and bad. But that's not true. The people that I'm close to are people that don't really come out much. They just don't. Thanks for the hearts. And, that's just our way of life. That's just the way it is. And so I am a rather quiet person. I am just getting sick of being put in the middle of everybody's drama pretty much all the time. I just don't want to be in the middle of everybody's drama all the time anymore. I'm so sick of doing it. And people are coming to the point where they're paying me to do it. And I don't want to. I don't even care if I'm getting paid to do it. I don't want to do it. I don't like people throw money my way and they're like, look, if you don't take the money, you're going to get hurt. I go, well, then friggin' hurt me or leave me alone because I don't want the money. I don't want the job. I said no. Law enforcement can't do anything about it. Even the organized criminals can't do anything about it. It's so far out of their purview. The regular criminals don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. They just think I'm mentally ill. So I don't even bother. So besides falling apart physically and maybe getting sent to the hospital and then getting fast tracked to, to a housing facility, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Just like I said, I feel bad that I'm doing it myself and then I got to cut off the funding that I'm sending in here. But we're at a point where the federal government has decided that they are more, and I'm saying this, I don't want to speak for the federal government, but this is what I'm seeing. I don't know how else to say it. From what I'm seeing is that the federal government is more interested in getting as much information about me as possible. They're more interested in getting more information about me than they are in seeing Los Angeles County getting access to my resources. And so that's where it's at. I decided to side with the people, and I sided with the county, and I, stayed local. And I try to bring the resources here. But if I don't stand my ground and take care of myself, they're going to start stealing shit from me. And I'm not going to let it happen. So, like I said, that's between the county or the state and the federal government in reference to fighting over whether or not I'm able to bring my resources to the area. So my inability to continue trickling in what I got to Los Angeles County is because the federal government has decided that they are going to try and press me for information. And the state has decided that they don't need my help because the Olympics are coming up. And then the county has decided that they're going to try and force me outside to the point where I try to use my resources in order to get myself off the street as a way to help the federal government get information about me more quickly. And so, as you could imagine, being someone who was raised in this country and may or may not have assisted our country in certain capacities, to be in a situation where my country is working together to attempt to force me into forfeiting resources gained outside of countries controlled by FATCA, financially speaking, is, to call it a crime would be an understatement. It's not a crime. It's actually, what do you call it? How do I say this? It's a violation of an international convention. And I've been over here trying to keep my mouth shut about it. So when you offer me that $4.5 billion to try and cover up for TikTok, I'm not interested. Okay? I don't want it. What I want is somewhere to live in Hollywood.
I will be listening. You know I'm always happy.
And I got individuals who are offering for me to stay with them just to end the situation and solve the conflict. And I'll tell you what, I commend you for that. And I respect you for that. It's just, you got to listen to the stuff that I'm talking about. Based on the stuff that I'm talking about, if you don't have past experience with it, you don't want this situation if you don't have past experience with it. And that's just the way it is. If you do have past experience with it, maybe. But unfortunately, the likelihood is that if you have past experience with some of the stuff I'm talking about, the likelihood that you're more controlling with the situation is pretty high. And I can't, because submitting control of the situation and my resources to another individual is highly unadvised. It's a bad choice right now. It's not a matter of greed. It's a matter of I've been right in the past. I've been accurate in the past about, people's inability to handle what I was bringing to the table. And I'm not going to doubt myself this time. I'm not going to make that mistake again. The worst mistake, one of the worst mistakes I ever made, was listening to somebody when they told me that they could handle what's mine better than I could. And they can't. And so I'm not giving anyone else the chance to screw it up and then turn around and try to blame me.
So that's where I'm at, you know? I mean, I'm to the point where we're talking about stuff that I have to chalk up to acting. You know, that I have to say just for the sake of, like, thank God for Hollywood that I could stand here and say, yeah, all the stuff I was talking about, I was acting on camera, you know, and we could just brush it off that way. But in real life, it's not a game. This isn't fun. This isn't good. So I'm not really sure what might make sense to do next. I can't, like I said, I can't give you control. Am I interested in delegating? Absolutely. But that doesn't require, here's the thing. If you need to know, if you need the information in order to be able to handle what I have to delegate, then you're not qualified or equipped. Because I didn't gain what I gained knowing about... Sorry, 1 second. Oh man, was that hilarious. Okay. What was I saying? I didn't gain what I gained even knowing that those resources existed. Didn't even know they existed. Okay? So like the stuff that I got, I learned as I went. I pioneered. Right? There's inventors, there's pioneers, and there's, what do you call them? Pioneers, inventors, and settlers, right? Well, I've invented things that you guys are, well, you're using stuff right now. The cops are currently using stuff that I've invented, and they don't even know. Because that's the new iterations of it, obviously. I'm not the one that's improved on the product, but there's stuff that they're using currently to monitor the public that I've assisted in the creation of. I didn't create it for law enforcement, obviously, but they adopted the product. Excuse me. You know, I don't mind not getting credit for that. I don't want credit for any of that stuff because, like, I'm not Benjamin Franklin. I'm not George Washington. I'm not somebody who did that much stuff, right? And deserves such a place in history. I'm like maybe a really, really, really infantile version of them, like a very infantile version of people who have kind of done the done it all thing, right? And done so much that it's barely conceivable, like consistently inconceivable. So I've done the inventing, and I've never really wanted the credit for that. I did it for the world. I did it for our country. I didn't do it for anybody in particular. I didn't do it for myself. I didn't do it for money, and I did do it for free. And I don't mind. You know, that's the whole idea. It's not my passion. It just happens to match my, you know, how do you say it? My intellectual capabilities. And then there's the settling, right? Well, I have virtually assisted people in settling in new lands. I have. I can't go into that. But that's just because everybody deserves to have somewhere to go and somewhere to live, you know? And I did so legally, and they were doing what they were doing legally. They just didn't know what they were doing or where they were going. And I helped direct them to places that be safe for them during times of extreme duress that they couldn't focus to be able to, you know, travel appropriately here, you know. And then last but not least is the pioneering. And that's where I'm at right now, is where I have been pioneering in my own right my entire life. Since I was a child, literally like 8 years old. I've pioneered ideas. I've pioneered projects. I've pioneered my own fame. And I've literally helped to mold and produce culture. And a lot of people do that, right? But I've done it without people even knowing that I did it. And for me, I am ready to start taking credit for that. I am getting tired of being discredited. I no longer, you know, I don't need the cover.
any longer. I don't need people hiding me. I want to stand in front of my work. You know, I'm moving into a part of my life where I want to start taking credit for my accomplishments. And I have people that want to take credit for some of my work. And I don't feel comfortable with that because I worked so hard for it. And I know that there isn't anyone capable of handling my resources or me the way that I can. And last but not least, most of my resources are directly tied into me, my personality, my namesake, and I have most of it jerry-rigged, if you will, in such a fashion that it can't be stolen or duplicated, even if cloned. Even if what I've done gets duplicated or mimicked, you're still only going to get maybe 1/100th of what I've produced. You're only going to get out of it maybe 1/100th. Like, let's talk about social attention. Let's say I can generate 1 million views. If you were to duplicate that, maybe you get 1,000. And I psychologically engineered. I used, psyops. Literally, what I learned in psychological operations to engineer what I was producing to be able to take with me, so that whenever I came into the civilian sector, I wouldn't have to worry about a cover. I wouldn't have to worry about living on the street or having people constantly trying to hide me for the rest of my life. Because I already saw that when I came here in 2017 and I decided for myself I didn't want it. Said, no way am I hiding. I'm going to produce a life for myself using resources that I acquire on my own that I am legally permitted to maintain for myself. And so I did. And now, having moved here, I do not want the extra help. I don't. Guys, I want you to understand, I have dealt with stuff that you aren't privileged to know about. I was released from the capacity of citizenship for a short time. I have been separate from American society. I have been separate from mainstream society to a level, to a degree, however you'd prefer I say it, that, thanks for the follows, that you don't have an ability to access that information because it's not written anywhere, and I have made sure to forget it, some of it. And as I remember it, I have the proper ability to make sure that if you were to question me about it, you're not going to gain access to that information. No matter what, trust me, you won't get it. I will sit there and I will laugh in your face till death do us part. Thanks for the follow. And I know that sounds really extreme, but that's just how some people are. Some people are that extreme, and that's what we're dealing with in our government right now is people who are extremist. Look at the presidents that we're looking at right now. One is extremely liberal and the other's extremely whatever the heck he is. One wants to be a dictator and the other is somewhat socialistic, if you ask me. So I'm like, for me, if I were to vote, which I don't think I'm going to get the chance to vote, I'd be voting for Kamala. I'm a Californian and I believe in what she believes in. And I just, I like America and I don't need a dictatorship. And that's just how I feel. If I wanted a dictatorship, I'd go to another country. What's up? How are you? Excuse me. I don't know what to do at this point. I just got to keep powering forward. I have to say the biggest pain in my neck right now are people that do not understand the gravity of the situation. They have their protocol. They have their, their way of doing things that they think, they got to follow. Thanks for the follow. And they don't get it. There's only so far they're able to go, and they want to be assistive. And I tell them whenever I say, well, I don't want to help, and they say to me, or the way they act, the way they behave is like, well, if you don't need our help, then you should be able to overcome, the obstacles we throw in your way. I said, that doesn't make any sense. It makes sense in another state. or maybe another country. But here in the state of California, the great state of California, the way things are done is that where you go with the flow and you help one another by actually helping one another, not by trying to make it more difficult. And so for me, as much as I appreciate the challenge, if it weren't for the fact that it's a matter of national security, I'd be fine with it. That's fine. Challenge me on a personal level. But right now, I'm dealing with having to delegate, the survival of millions of lives in other countries. And you're over here telling me that I'll get somewhere to live when you feel like it. That you're going to teach me a lesson and we can worry about it later. Well, there's some guy in Uganda getting shot right now because your dumbass doesn't have a roof over my head. And don't worry, it's not your fault. I'll just take the heat. It's totally my fault. But that's my point, And you guys say, "Well, show me the proof, and we'll get you somewhere." So you're not privileged to the information. I literally can't show you, and I'm not quitting. These are personal dealings that I chose to carry on to keep up with, and to bring with me into civilian life. So that's it. I don't know what to tell you. I'm telling you more than I really should tell you. But like I said, at this point, you're getting your information and you're getting your resources. But you know what you're not getting? Liberty. You know what you're violating? My civil rights. You know what you're attacking? My humanity. So, that's fine. And you're doing it all on live camera. And say, "Oh, well, what are you talking about doing on live camera? You're just some crazy homeless guy." Oh, that's fine. No, it's okay. Just keep running with that. You remember how it's worked out for the last 30 years of my life, right? But no, please keep running with it. But what I'm telling you is the only way to prove to you that I'm being genuine, the only way to prove to you that I'm being honest is by winning, potentially in court. And I did not sign up for that. I didn't. If you know what I'm saying. If that's the requirement, then we'll do it. But as of right now, we have a problem because our local middle-aged homeless guy maybe he got arrested. That's going to be a big problem. Guys, they're gonna end up firing a lot of you for doing this. I hope you understand that. I'm sorry to betray you like this, but we're putting this on camera. I'm just letting you know. I told you we were done playing this game. This is all somebody's stuff that they left out. I don't know if somebody got arrested or what happened to them. But somebody's stuff got all left out there. Like I said, excuse me. Let me catch up on comments real quick. Yeah, I hate to have to document it. Like, I really don't roll this way. I don't. I'm betraying you guys. You got to understand. I'm betraying every principle that I have having to do with privacy and discretion by putting that on camera. I'm violating every oath that I've, well, I guess technically that I haven't taken, by talking about stuff. And I hate it. I don't want to be having to do this, but I don't have much of a choice because my options are try to survive in Mexico and the rest of the world and just stay invisible for the rest of my life and pretty much be fucking Jason Bourne, or, talk about some things that aren't yet classified as any type of, private information. So that's what I'm doing. I'm having a conversation I have to have. And I think you guys are underestimating my level of confidence. Like, I'm not overly confident. They say, oh, well, if you keep talking, this is going to happen to you, or that's going to happen to you. I don't think you recognize that I'm the one that's fine with that. I'm not the one that shuts my mouth, nor am I the one that dies. I'm not. I'm the guy that has enough power that when the guy that comes around to try and, hit you with some drugs and make you pass out for the rest of your life, he ends up getting choked out or getting his neck snapped for trying to walk up behind me. and it's happened before. And I'm not the one that snapped his neck. So point proven, if you want someone to come out from behind a tree, you go ahead and play a game with me. But if we don't have a problem, then good. But, that's where my life is actually at. And I'm disappointed where, instead of minimizing it this time, I'm going to stay real about it. This is the situation I'm facing. And I brought it on myself. I will agree with you on that. I was the one that chose to double dip legally. Wasn't a crime anywhere. I'm that good. Not to brag, just to state, my level of efficacy. And I'm going to keep what I earned. Just please understand that I did what I did and earned what I earned while pioneering, meaning that what's mine belongs to me. And I can't just give it to you. It doesn't work that way. Like, even if you threaten me to give it to you, it literally doesn't work that way. You say, well, how does it work? The way it works is that unless you understand how to do what I do, you don't have an ability to use the resource. Like, what are you going to do with 400,000 gallons of water? Let's just paraphrase for a moment. What are you going to do with 400,000 gallons of water that it's just sitting in a foreign country? What are you going to do with that? Because you want some of that? What are you going to do with the entire power grid of a third world country? What are you going to do with that? You going to let me know? I'm obviously don't have that. I'm making a point just to compare. What are you going to do with that? You don't know what to do with that. So that's why I don't even tell you about it, because then what's going to happen is you're going to end up contacting someone that knows what to do with it and what to do about it. They're going to get the information out of you because you don't know how to keep your mouth shut. Then they're going to take your life and run off with the information, because the information to them is worth more than your life. I'm alive because my life is worth more than the information. Okay? Okay. Now that conversation's over, yeah, I love you, Toe. I have these people in the League of Shadows trying to let me know that I'm in danger. And I'm like, so, you want to make love, or are we good? I'm good. Obviously, they're not in the League of Shadows. That was a joke. That was a comparison joke. Sorry, I think this is funny. I know most of you are probably like, what on earth is going on? I'm just over here venting. Don't worry, soon hopefully I'll get to vent to a therapist that just thinks I'm crazy. That'll be a little bit easier. But for now, I'll just deal with the paranoids. Thanks for the follows. Oh, that's good. How was work? Thanks for the follows. Voting invite from Judge Judy. Oh, that's cool. Am I in Los Angeles? Yeah. Thanks for the hearts. Yeah, no, none of that stuff is like in the future for me. I've already done all this stuff. Anything that I've done that would be like perceived as in the past has mostly just been like cover for me. And I've never needed it. I haven't needed it at all. I didn't want to scare people. That's all it was. Like, I didn't want people freaked out wondering, like, what's some 30-year-old kid doing with, over 1 million pounds of water? Why? Like, where does a 30-year-old kid get 1 million pounds of water? And why does he have it? What's he doing with it? It's just, I don't know what else to tell you. If you're a professional, good. It's just, what I'm dealing with right now is where most of the people that could handle what I got are either sleazy or non-trustworthy. And it's a matter of greed. Most people are just greedy. And I don't know how to find people that aren't going to be greedy about it, There's no authority, there's nothing you can do to earn my trust on it. Sorry. Nothing you can do to earn my trust on the topic. It just isn't. It's like I said, it's something that I'm not doing anything with the resources I got till my 30. I'm sorry. Well, it was till my 30s, but the county of Los Angeles and the federal government pushed so hard that I'm not going to be able to do with anything I got sitting in other countries for the next 15 to 20 years. And that's their fault, not mine. Is they push so hard to get information out of me that I have so much I have to clean up that I can't do anything for them for the next 15 to 20 years in reference to those resources. So what I got is going to sit where it's sitting, and it's going to stay invisible until my 40s or 50s. I'm not even touching it. I'm not even going near it. There is no amount of drunk you can get me to get you to tell you. There's nothing. There's no amount of trust you could ever gain with me. And if you don't believe me, you're more than welcome to find out. But that's my invite to you, I guess. But it is what it is. Welcome to broadcast. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so I mean that's really what it was. Is when I first moved to Hollywood, the reason I was so private and the reason I was so shady and just hiding myself was I was afraid of what people would think of me. That's really what it was. I was afraid of what people would think of me. I was afraid that I would be misunderstood. I was afraid of being judged. I was afraid of going to court. I was afraid of dealing with the law. I was afraid of drama. I was afraid of fame. I was afraid of my future. I was. And now I'm kind of realizing that the more afraid I am of my future, the worse my future will be. But if I accept that I have a good future coming, and I just let it happen, and I make my mistakes the way I'm going to make them, and I don't put too much thought into it, I'm going to be just fine. But when I have to walk past the Jimmy Kimmel building 5 to 6 times a day just so that I'm not being mistaken for another person, I am exhausted from having to do that. I am exhausted. Are my feet feeling better? Yes. The swelling is gone. I've had proper rest, thankfully. My finger's healing up, and I'm doing good. Thank you. Wearing the sneakers. Yeah, I'm wearing sneakers. I got a pair of sneakers from somebody. They gave them to me. So, I'll tell you what. I always know when something somebody gives me is clean, or, when I say clean, I mean regular clean. But, I always know when something somebody gives me is new. I'll put it that way. And so these shoes are awesome. And they're not new. And I don't know who they came from, but I don't want to know who they came from before the person that gave them to me. But I'm thankful that the person who gave them to me gave them to me. And some people will say that my behavior is a little too passive, but I disagree. Excuse me. For me, my behavior matches my personality, once again. So, people will misconstrue that. I'll have days where I'm real dressed up. I still get out of the way for people. That's just my personality. That you don't look confident. That's not a matter of confidence. It's a matter of being polite. That's just the way I was raised, is to be polite and respectful of people. So that's why I do it that way. Yeah, the shoes are already broken in. Thank you. Not my new shoes, but the shoes somebody gave to me. I got myself a new pair, and I thought, oh, let me wear them. I won't even. I put them on once, and then I took them off and I put them away because I don't want to be wearing them unless I'm somewhere clean. And walking the streets, they're just gonna get dirty. Do I still have my weighted blanket? I do. Yeah, it's about 10 pounds, and it works perfectly. But I'll tell you what, out here, I have become accustomed to things, and I've gotten better at handling the environment. I have to admit, I'm very proud of myself. I am. I used to have I was raised so opposite to this environment. And then I came here and I learned and I grew and I matured. And now, guys, I knew that I knew I was accurate about finding somewhere that I belonged and somewhere I'm supposed to live. And that's where I'm at now, is I belong here. I do. I love living here. I do. And for anybody knocking California, well, here's what I can say about them. Keyboard warriors. If you're going to have something to say about California and you don't live in California, well, it's very easy for you to have something to say about us when we can't even reach you. So, and if it's a guy like me and you got something to say about California, well, I'll give you a hug because I'm not going to give you a problem. I'll give you a hug. I'll feel bad for you. If you got an issue with our state, then that just tells me that you don't fully understand us and maybe you haven't had enough kindness sent your way. So I have my own issues with the area, but that comes with anywhere you live, But if you really are against us and you don't like us here, I don't know, give us a chance or just make sure just try to be nice when you visit. That's all we ask. Or at least, that's what I ask for. Try to be nice when you visit. Welcome to the broadcast. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Hollywood, says Daisy. Yeah, to anybody you know? Absolutely. They are haters who just say they're jealous of California. They might be, they might not be. I don't know. No. I said no. Bye-bye. Some people say that my life is falling right back, that I'm falling right back into how my life was before. Well, I say good, because my life was freaking awesome before. Okay? My life has become the worst that it's ever been. And I am more than excited to have a mixture of the social attention mixed with the lifestyle I used to live. Sounds good to me. Guys, people are like, oh, you lived in your car. Guys, I traveled the country living in my car, nonstop, eating wherever I wanted, buying whatever I wanted, talking to whoever I wanted, doing whatever I wanted. Now, I'm not going to be traveling the country again, but I am going to do something very similar here in the area, and that's what I'm doing now. I'm just excited to get off my feet, or at least have somewhere to live, because being out here is not fun. It's just not fun.
Peace and love to the whole family, they behaving. And I feel amazing. I'm a microphone controller. They chilling with their babies, yeah, they got up in the stroller. You know how it is, and how I really got a hold up. I'm a street soldier. Each and every day I get older. Hey, tell us what I think about the story. You know how it is, I know you everything for me.
Oh, so that's why they called me Blanket. Okay, all right, guys, I've deciphered something. Ready? So, they used to call me Blanket, and I thought that they were just making fun of me because, I listen to Michael Jackson, and I have a lot of fans in Asian countries, all right? And so I thought they were making fun of me. They're calling me Blanket. Not only because I like Michael Jackson, but because of the fact that I provide people with cover when they need it. And I literally just figured that out after like 3.5 years of people calling me blanket behind my back. I just assumed that because they were saying it behind my back, they were making fun of me. But I don't think they were. Oh, yeah. And just to double down on it, I am not returning to this Taco Bell right here. There was one woman in there that salvaged the situation that I didn't have the entire staff replaced. And I kind of just took my food and left to go. But I kid you not, they were so rude to me in there. It wasn't even funny. And all because I walked in there carrying my suitcase. You don't know my situation. I tell you what, even when I got $1 million, I'm still walking around with my suitcase with half of it broken. Because I want to. I do what I want. Mostly. Unless Netflix tells me not to. Then sometimes I just listen. Because they're powerful and it's smart. Excuse me. So they got the barricades up, but they don't have the entire sidewalk closed off. So I was able to pass through, but I said, I do what I want. But if they had the sidewalk closed off, I think I'd be going around. So it is what it is. I thought you got sneakers from Drip for $120. I did. Yes, I did. And I welcome you leaving me with, dropping that information on me. Thanks for putting that out there. Because it is tough. Guys, you got to realize I'm like socially programmed to privatize information and like keep stuff quiet. That's like what I'm built for. And so to have people act regular with me and try to remind me of things and stuff, I'm thankful. Because I'm sick of forgetting stuff. I'm sick of looking like a fool and looking stupid. I'm sick of being treated like I'm dumb. And I want to re-civilize. And the worst part of what I've been through and what I've accomplished is that some of it I don't even remember. And then the rest of it is undocumented. It's unwritten. And so the only stuff that's out there is like evidence or just information kept on a shelf just in case I went AWOL or haywire. And so whenever I talk about anything, half the town thinks I'm dumb, and the other half thinks I'm nuts. And if that's not true, then good. But that's how I feel most of the time. To tell you the truth, that's how I feel. I feel like people don't actually take me seriously. They just know that I'm connected, and so I assume that they're either afraid or they just like me because I'm kind. But I don't really know whether or not people take me seriously in a capacity of respect. It's my assumption that people are either afraid of me or they're just nice to me because I'm kind, and they don't really think that I'm smart or capable, what's the word? Competent. And I am competent. And half the time I act like I'm not competent because, I have to start showing my competency because I'm attracting people that are dangerous and not competent. And I'm not talking, ironically, I'm not even talking about the homeless guy. I'm not. There's probably the safest, one of the safest dudes in town. And that's also something that bothers me is half these people that don't have somewhere to live who, are behaving and respecting society, and then they don't have anywhere to go. And trust me, it's not most of the people living out here. It's not, but there are a few. There's a few. You went to Drip after I broadcasted that. Thank you. Yeah, they got a nice store in there, don't they? And I'll tell you, like I said, that guy that helped me out was so kind and super helpful. And, he respected me as a customer. He didn't judge me based on my looks or the way I was dressed. He didn't judge me based on my body odor. I live a holistic lifestyle. I use deodorant because I feel very pressed to use it. I don't even like using it. And he didn't judge me. I came in there because I like nice shoes, and I knew I didn't really fit in with the way that everybody's dressed in there or anything. And he still respected me as a customer, and I got a nice pair of shoes. And I could tell you that in return for that level of respect, the next time that I go into their store to get a pair of shoes, I'm going to dress up real nice. You know, I'm gonna make sure that I'm properly dressed and meeting their standards, and get a pair of shoes. You know, but there was a guy that I blocked on here a little earlier, and he was making fun of me, calling me a hillbilly. I'm not. Well, okay. I grew up kind of hillbilly. I won't lie about that. But I'm not stupid. I'm not. I come from the sticks, and people make fun of that. But like, you got to remember, our country was started by people that lived in this. Where do you think people lived when they settled this country? They lived in the sticks. They lived in the middle of nowhere. There wasn't a city. There was no such thing as a city in America before America. There wasn't. So for people that are like, oh, a hillbilly or a redneck or a country boy, I'll take country boy. Maybe redneck, because I worked on the farm and my neck was red quite a bit. So to the literal perspective, I'd say you're accurate. But beyond that, I resent the notion of anything negative. Like, I'm fine with being a hillbilly, you can say that, but I'm not stupid. I'm really not. I would venture to say that I am of the caliber of the people that started this country. And I would say not only that, but like, for example, you got the people that started the country that hurt a lot of people. Then you got the people that started the country that you don't really find in the history books that didn't hurt a lot of people. Okay, so for example, if you look up people like William Penn, not a lot of people know a whole lot about William Penn. He was actually a pretty good person. Before there was such thing as a person, he was a pretty good person. And am I talking up my own family? Technically I am. But, he was a good dude. And he didn't do all this stuff that, so many of our, let's say, founders did. And so what bothers me is that being related to some of the people that helped to facilitate the creation of this country, I just don't appreciate getting the bad rap, that comes with all that. But I gotta pee. I just said way too much, and I'm gonna kick myself in a minute, but I'll be right back. Thank you. All right. Sorry.
So as I was saying, I am just kind of done asking any of these organizations for help because they're just not they're not doing it. And I mean literally, dude peeked his head out the door, saw that I was out here, and then quick closed it. He was about to leave the building, and then he closed the door behind him instead because he saw me coming. So I just don't know what people's issue is. I really don't. And then now, like I said, I mean, I'm coming to a point where I'm starting to meet the appropriate people, but it's just that narcissism, man, is so bad, and it's just so like it's infected the public. It's not even funny. Like so many people are so full of themselves, and even more than in the past when we actually did stuff in this country. Like nowadays, no offense, but you got to work really hard to create anything original. And most of these people, most of the people that live here are copycats. They just are. They don't really do anything original. They take from each other. And I'll tell you what, when you splice stuff together, that's different. That's, to some degree original. I think it's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. At least that's my viewpoint, right? That's my opinion. But when you go and you're pretty much doing what everybody else is doing, and you're so impressed with yourself, that's just not my vibe. It's just not. Like if you're impressed with the people around you and you're impressed with yourself to a certain level, then that I could vibe with that. And that's what I look for, are people who are, less full of themselves and not so proud about themselves. And like even if you accomplish things, it's just like an attitude thing. Like I'll talk about stuff and I'll joke around, but it's not, when it comes down to it, it's not my thing. Thanks for the hearts. Yeah, so, and then I got to deal with all these people that are in delusion who think there's such thing as a social order. All right, I'm going to explain to you this right now. There was a book written by a clinical psychopath in, I think it was the 70s or 80s. He was a retired Navy guy. He was a whistleblower. And I don't have time to answer that. Sorry, give me a minute. Okay, now that that's over. Yeah, so as I was saying, that's just some guy who is offering me his bicycles for free so that he could report it to the police and say that I stole them. So I don't really want his bicycles because they're not free. They come with a criminal charge. But thank you. Thank you anyway. But hey, he was just trying to help me. So now we know where I stand with that. And, unfortunately, I do have to be this direct with things. I don't have a choice. I really don't. Because at this point, unless I'm straightforward and direct, people do misunderstand my words. They just do. So I have been quite direct and quite straightforward. So as I was saying, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's no such thing as a social order. There was a psychopath that wrote a book that is banned in prisons back in, and called Upon a Pale. It
clinical psychopath who lost his mind that had been in the Navy. And he had access to certain projects that went as far back as Vietnam. And, he had pretty much been a whistleblower on a whole lot of information throughout his lifetime. And, the guy was sick. And this isn't me constituting, like a governmental cover-up or anything like that. It's that some of the information in that book, including information referencing any type of social order, was misinformation and disinformation. It was a complete lie. Literally. He made it up. And the problem is that book had been so popular that people believed what was written in that book. And now we live in a society where at least 15 to 20% of Americans believe that there is such thing as a social order. And there literally isn't. Not in a hidden way or in, an upfront capacity. There's no such thing. And so now you got people living their lives as though there is an existence of some social order, and there isn't. They're like, they're answering to people or this or that. And it's people that are suffering from severe mental illness. They don't know that the organization they think they're serving doesn't even exist. It doesn't even exist. And the people, and then on the flip side, right, is you say it doesn't even exist. They're like, you're just saying that because you're on the inside. I'm like, no, it literally doesn't exist. And they're like, oh, so you're just overselling it. You're selling it. There is no such thing as a social order. There's no such thing. That's a fact. People who are susceptible to mental illness believe in the existence. Certain ones believe in the existence of a hidden social hierarchy, and there is no such thing, and that is a fact. I can tell you from all of my dealings, both private and public, there is no such thing as some hidden organization operating like the League of Shadows. Okay? Doesn't exist. That is a fact. Secondly, recently, Edward Snowden released, with WikiLeaks, right? And then that Julian Assange, they put all this information out there from the internet. Well, you know what they did? Not only, and this is why they're considered terrorists. They didn't, guys, you got to understand. They did not. They did not just release information, okay? They released documents that were entirely falsified, okay? So you got to think about this. You're dealing with the FBI. You're dealing with the CIA. You think that these documents are all going to be legitimate? You think that they are not going to put information in there that is falsified? You don't think you're going to find misinformation and disinformation? Come on. So what I'm saying to you is, it's as a defensive tactic. They got all this information released to the public. Well, guys, I can almost guarantee you that at least 3/4 of what they put out there is falsified. That all that information they're putting out there is stuff that is put out there for people to take as bait. And I can almost guarantee you as well, based on just common human psychology, that the most popular stuff that was put out there, the most popular documentation that could be found from Julian Assange and Snowden is falsified, because the best stories are the false ones. The most attractive ones are the ones that people are going to believe in but aren't true, and detract from the more real ones. For example, the one that got Paul Walker killed. There was a document leaked to the internet referencing Hillary Clinton, and it talked about them sacrificing animals. Well, that was a joke. In case anyone doesn't know, that document was a falsified document in the sense where they were joking, literally joking, because you're dealing with people who work in the government. People who work in the government 9 times out of 10 are very serious, and when they joke, it is super dry humor. And so in a document, they were talking in code, obviously, and they were talking about sacrificing animals in the backyard. Well, you go ahead, take a whole bunch of schizophrenics, and you put that information, and what do you think things happen? Right? So a whole bunch of people thinking that Hillary Clinton is sacrificing chickens to Chamash Malek in her backyard when it's just military code and she's protecting U.S. soldiers. Right? And what do you call it? Unfortunately, the name that I mentioned, the personality that I mentioned earlier, chose to pursue that information in a literal sense and pursue those individuals, and ended up getting himself in trouble, and to the point where he ended up mentally unstable. And unfortunately, obviously they kept most of that private, and then one day he just decided that he wasn't feeling it anymore, had a real long drive, and didn't drive safe, and the rest is not to be spoken of, obviously. But there were talks about putting him in future movies, and I don't know about you, but I don't know. I'll put it to you this way. Let's say that I get lucky enough that my life goes good enough that I'm able to be in movies and be in TV and all that. You want to take my likeness? I already gave Netflix permission to be able, take the AI and put my AI up and what they got going. But what do you call it? I wouldn't mind having my likeness used later on. I'm totally okay with it. But for him, I feel like he never got a chance to make that decision, and that's how I really feel about it. I feel, just in my personal opinion, I feel that stands for anybody's likeness. I feel like you should have a chance to decide whether or not you want that. But I'm coming in here just to get some water, so give me like 2 seconds. I got a free water fountain, so give me a minute. All right, back on track. Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is, I'm going to say this in plain words, and I don't even care about having this covered up. I honestly don't. I am so done. I am so tired. I just want to move on with my life. I already know that people think I'm crazy anyway. I'm not worried about what... I'm going the wrong way. I'm not worried about what people think about me anyway. Half the people already think I'm nuts. The other half think I'm stupid. They're either respecting me or fearing me just enough for me to get what I want. So that's fine. And I'll worry about the rest later. So for me, I say something stupid. Oh well, we'll figure it out. If that's cool, if y'all don't mind. I just can't. I will never get it right. I really won't. I'll be spending the rest of my life trying to get it right. And I want my fame and my money as soon as I can, in the good ways, right? If I make a fool of myself, that's on me. It's supposed to be on me. It's not supposed to be on you. I can deal with public shame and embarrassment. I've dealt with it pretty much my whole life.
You know, if I have to learn it the Lindsay Lohan, Paris Hilton way, then I will. You know, if I have to, I'm not anything obviously of that caliber, but the point stands. My point stands. You know, if I have to learn the hard way, learn the hard way. Oh, and I don't feel I have to pass. I've dealt with my own, that I should have to spend the rest of my life dealing with all of it. I don't want to, you know? So that's where I'm at with that. Just saying it right outright. Now, does that mean people will act a certain way around me? Yeah, they will. And you know what? I'm pretty sure that's what I asked for. And every day that I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing is another day that I'm just cheating people out of doing what they want to be doing too. And that's not fair to anyone else. It's not fair to anyone. It's no different than with my ex. You know, I don't fight. I don't want to fight. I just want to let things happen the way they're supposed to happen and leave it at that. The more I hold on, the worse it gets, you know? So I'm letting it go, and I'm just going to let things happen the way they're supposed to. Thanks for the follow. Be a shepherd, not a sheep. I mean, I'm a human. You know, people ask me, what's my animal? What's my favorite animal? Human being. That's my animal, human being. And they're like, that's not fair. That's a cop-out. This and that. I'm like, no, it's not. Come on. It's human beings are an animal. We are classified as animals. And so, when I was asked to pick an animal, that I should pick my favorite animal, I picked a human being. Just because I'm smart enough to pick a human being doesn't mean I cheated. Because I didn't cheat by picking a human being. I won. You gotta know when the devil comes knocking and, you know, they ask you, oh, what's your deepest desire? What do you want? You don't just say, I want fame and fortune. You say, I want gold, God, and glory. And so I did. And I won. And thus, I shall have gold, God, and glory. Mine will just hopefully look a little bit better than most. If I'm lucky. And blessed. And be myself. And press the button. So I don't get lost, you know. Hello. See, it's like I give people that look and then I realize that I already said it with my eyes. And I'm like, damn it. This is society. I'm not supposed to be so transparent. And they're like, go the other way. And I'm like, it's not the 80s. No. And then they're like, all these different things. And I'm like, there's a reason why all of it's classified as terrorism and gang signs. And I don't totally know why that is. But telling me that it is enough for me to be like, no, I'm good. So, and they're like, what are you, a wimp? And I'm like, nope, I'm just not that. Whatever that might be, I'm just not it. And as long as you're cool with me not being it, I'll just enjoy a beer, I guess, by myself from time to time. And see, all this time, when people thought I was making fun of people, I was never making fun of anybody. I was trying to let people know that I appreciate them. I was. So like if I go, I'm not making fun of Asians. I'm acknowledging you. I'm letting you know that I'm paying attention to you. And I'm listening. And they're like, but that's so rude and disrespectful. I'm like, well, now I get it. I understand now. But I never thought about it. I was always so busy thinking about my own feelings. And then I got late. And everything changed. My whole world changed. Oh, come on. That was fucking hilarious. I don't care who you are or what you think. I know you found that funny. Even your boos have a clap behind it. I can hear it. Dark humor? Anybody? Yes? Awesome. All right. This is the part where you say in the comments, touche. Cause I'm that good. And how do I know that the social order doesn't exist? Because I was able to infiltrate and learn about said terrorist organization in under 6 months, learn everything about it and its operations, and then return to basic civilian life and utilize said resources in a more appropriated civilian fashion. Yeah. So I've said this several times, and I'm going to say it again, and it's more true every time I say it. It's good to be back. It is so, so good to be back. Making great points tonight. Thank you. I'm trying. I know a lot of people are like enraged and they don't like me and they're faking it, but they trust that I'm doing it for a higher purpose and that I know what I'm doing. And yes, I really, 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 really know what I'm doing. So I got you. Where am I back from? The future. No, I'm just kidding. Please don't send me into the perceptive past. I really don't feel like doing that again. Oh my God, it makes me sick to my stomach. Where am I back from? I am back from, I was going to say the dead. I am back from just not being myself. And that's really what I mean by that. Like, I was not being myself because I was too, to be real about it, I was being overly masculine. There's no other way to say it. I was being too much of a manly man. I got thrown into an environment in 2021 where I was surrounded by nothing but men. And I became a big tough guy. And I just lost myself for a couple of years. And then I returned to sanity, as I would call it. And it's nice just to return to regular life. I don't know if this was like something that was supposed to happen to me, the way things went the past couple of years. But I'll tell you what, I am really glad that I was patient and didn't leave the country and gave my government and my people a chance to, let me warm up to them and have them warm up to me. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of at a point where I have a friend who is just really wrapped up in some stuff because he served our country, right? But he served our country in a capacity similar to the way that I didn't serve my country, right? Except there's paperwork on him. And in my own way, I can relate to that.
from another capacity, capacity of society, from another district of society. I don't know, whatever. You get my point. Yeah, I know. And guys, you got to realize I'm supposed to be uber famous right now. So when I say something and I answer like 3 or 4 people at once, that's called social dissonance. Okay, look it up. I am in a state of I am in a mental state of separation because, in reference to my place in society, I'm supposed to be really rich and famous right now. Back in 2018, 2019, when I first started gaining exposure, I was supposed to continue on with that. The decision that I made was totally left field because the US government wasn't aware that I was already famous, because I was that good at hiding my fame. I was that good at hiding the amount of social attention I was receiving. I had dispersed and delegated my attention that effectively that my own government didn't know that I had all of my that I was getting as much attention as I was getting the whole time. Well, now they don't know. Now they still don't know, but at least they believe me. Thanks for the hearts. I've explained as much as I could to them. I made them aware of a couple of things that I was at liberty to make them aware of, and things that, I had been given approval to share the information about. So, I spoke to some higher ups, and so I told you in a certain part of society I'm a king, which sounds ridiculous. Sounds so stupid. I think it sounds stupid because I'm an American. I think it sounds stupid because I'm an American and I see things on a lateral scale. I'm like a true American. I don't see things in hierarchy. I see them in equality. And that's really how I see the whole world. Truly is. So whenever I say I'm a king, I feel stupid. To even say it, I feel so dumb. But when I'm in that capacity and I'm existing in that space with the people that, do take a knee to me in that way, I just, I don't know how to take it. I don't know what to say. And I just, so I spoke to some people who, I would delegate certain decisions to, and they said to me, and I spoke with the individuals too, I spoke with pretty much everybody, and they were comfortable with me putting out a little bit of information. And so, I checked with everybody first. And so I got a consensus that it was appropriate for me to share a little bit of what I got going on with the government. And so now, as always with everything having to do with the government, I now have it going on with the government, right? And so now the government knows that in certain spaces I'm considered a king. And to them, I would imagine it's like a phallic notion or a joke, right? Because I'm not a king in any official space, right? It's for all intents and purposes in an unofficial capacity is what that would be considered in just regular life would be, and I mean, to me, that notion has always been silly. But when I didn't really ask for, and I wasn't really offered, I don't need a tail. Thanks. You're the fourth today. I mean, guys, if you want to offer me, I already know who you're working for, and I'm comfortable with you. I'm totally thankful, but you got to talk to me. Instead of trying to siphon information or cover for me, just send me a goddamn invite. And don't tell me that the tail you send me is an invite. If you're protecting me, you got to be good enough for me to not know you're there. And if I know that you're behind me 4.5 blocks plus a curve, plus a turn on the block, then I don't need the tail. Truly, I don't. Thank you though. So if I don't know you're there, then you're doing a good job and keep doing it. But if I know you're there,
then you already failed, and I don't need the help. And that's in reference to anybody trying to cover for me or help me hide. I don't have anything to hide from. I'm doing good. I'm not worried about enemies or problems because I don't have those in this country. If you live in this country, I refuse to see you as an enemy. No matter who you are or what you stand for or don't stand for, if you currently have your feet on U.S. soil, we're cool. And that's the way it has to be for me, because that's the way that I live. So if you live in America, then awesome. If you have your feet on U.S. soil, then I'm comfortable with you. And that's that. In one way or another, I'm comfortable with you. Like I said, thanks for the follows. I'm relaxing. I'm doing my own thing. I'm doing good. I just don't need the extra drama. And I've come to the point where now I've civilized so much that I don't have to worry about being anywhere in the whole world. I'm good. I've helped people to get their lives to a point where they can handle themselves socially so much that I could pretty much go to any country and I'll have safe passage. And as usual, they always say family's the hardest on you. As you could imagine, as you could figure, America, can be the toughest on me because it's my home. It's my home country. At least I came to a state where they're a little less strict on me. I'd say this is where they're the least strict on me. So I came here so I could at least gather my bearings, because anywhere else they're so hard on me that I could barely, it's just tough. It's really tough. So, do I like Canadians? I'm cool with Canadians, yeah. But I'm not really looking to be hiding or da-da-da-da-da. Like, whatever you got going on is what you got going on. But I'm trying to help you understand that, like I said, I have held myself back so much that what I'm doing, and I literally, like, my success here on this is so impenetrably irrevocable that I know for a fact that I'm going to accomplish this goal. That I don't mind telling you what I'm doing. Like, I'm springboarding right now, and I've been doing that since I moved to Hollywood. I came to Hollywood unhoused with the goal in mind of springboarding. And what springboarding is where you kind of get yourself. So, some of you know what springboarding is, some people don't, okay? So I'm talking to the people. Let's go ahead and be kind to the people who might not know what springboarding is. So the concept of springboarding is where you get yourself all prepared, right? And then, after you get yourself all prepared, you either jump into what you're going to do, or you let someone else propel you into what you're going to do. I tried to give pretty much everybody in the immediate Hollywood area, I would say pretty much every group of people, and then certain powerful individuals, in Hollywood, the chance to take the credit, to springboard me and take the credit. But I didn't have anyone that matched my desires enough to that, to my liking, and so I'm gonna do it myself, and it's gonna be tough, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be all right. Everybody's gonna get their cut. Everybody's gonna get their fair share of my name. It's just, I'm gonna have to do this mostly on my own because I just couldn't find a good fit. And trust me when I say I tried. Man, did I try. And some people say, well, if you could really do it, you would just take it. But you don't understand our government. That's what it really comes down to. Guys, if I just take it, I will be entrapped. And I don't mean legally. I mean socially and financially. Okay?
So, like, for example, the money that I made and the resources, I should say the monies, right? The monies that I earned, and I say monies because there's different currencies, but then there's also resources. So you say, when I say monies, it's like more than just money. There's resources involved. And so the monies that I've earned over the past couple of years, I can't just use them, right? And so I kind of have to go slow with things. And pretty much everything that I got going on is something that I have to keep control of. And I just wish people who are powerful but not as intelligent as I would trust that I have to handle this and that they really can't handle it and they shouldn't be trying to handle it. I know you want what I have. Guys, I am one of the most honest people you're ever going to meet. And I am not greedy. I do not need to keep over 1 million pounds of water. I do not need to keep control of a power grid from a third world country. I don't need that, okay? I don't want that, okay? I can't just give it away, okay? So as of right now, I am going to rely on my intuition. My intuition says that I need to slow down and pay attention to my environment and eat food that came from a homeless coalition. Okay? Because in America, you can be a millionaire and still go to a food bank. And trust me, when I'm a millionaire, like a US dollar millionaire, I will probably still go to the food bank. Because not only does me going to a food bank get me free food that doesn't cost me a dime, doesn't cost me a single dollar, I also am leaving an impact and an influence and making sure that they have more people showing up in line. Because in order for them to stay in operation and not end up with issues, there has to be people from my network showing up at their place. So it keeps the food banks open and keeps people, with a resource that doesn't cost the county as much money. Because if we lost our food banks and we lost the resources that we have, in reference to, places that, provide like free food and stuff, then the government would have to make up that difference. And until I would say after the Olympics. After the Olympics, our country may be able to afford it. But until the Olympics are over, I really don't think our country is in a financial position to be able to afford financially supporting all these people that have nowhere else to get food. And I could be a pretentious prick. I could go to the food bank. I could get food that I don't need because I got money. And then I could just give it to somebody and act like a big shot. But I don't want to do that. Because what I was raised on, what I was taught, is that you want to have your cake and eat it too. Right? And so that's what I do. I'm lucky. I live in an awesome country where I can get free food while I'm going to eat it too. So don't tell me just because I have money that I shouldn't be eating food that came from a food bank. Because if I need it, I need it. And if I didn't need it, I wouldn't be going to get it. I have my reasons. I can't tell you the reasons. But I have personal reasons why I have to go to a food bank. And that's the situation that I'm in. And we live in the only country in the world that is willing to at least tolerate somebody in my position going to get these kind of resources. Is the food you get there good? It's freaking amazing. Bro, I'm going to tell you right now, in Los Angeles County alone, I'm talking about Hollywood, okay? You can get at least $900 worth of food. I say per month, at minimum. These meals, that doesn't even count. That doesn't even count going to the food banks. the meals they serve, you can get at least $50 to $60 worth of food per day, and that you can eat 3,000 to 4,000 calories per day at these food banks, and then at the kitchens, right? And then you can get at the resource centers. They do the food banks, and you can get like clothing. You can get, thousands of dollars worth of stuff, literally. But for me, I get the food, and that's about it. I'll get some clothes if I really like what I see, and then I recirculate it. Food, I obviously don't recirculate because you eat food, and then it just, you're kind of done with it, and that's how food works. Since we're gonna, pretend that we're that, misunderstood. But for me, I'm thankful to be able to get the food, and then if I see something nice, I'll get it, and then I'll replace it with something nicer. And when I say nicer, I mean more expensive. So if I see a nice $100 pair of shoes, I'll take the $100 pair of shoes, and then I'll get a $200 pair of shoes that I have been wearing and put them out there. So, and if I don't do it myself, I'm not gonna lie to you, I haven't done it myself, but I have gotten my people to do it. So that's what I've been doing for almost the past 2 years. And now, since you got to know my every secret, you got to know everything about me all the time. I just want you to understand that pressing me for information, once you have the information, I can no longer do it for you. And so now you guys are going to have to figure out how to get your own $200 pair of shoes, because your government decided that they're going to press me for information. So you can thank them for my inability to bring you thousands and thousands of dollars worth of clothing. And next time, please, give me utensils instead of spite me for having money and intentionally leave me be one of the only people you don't put a utensil in the bag for. Thank you. Because you did it for almost 18 months straight. And it's kind of a dick move. All right. And as far as the way that I speak, I don't give a fuck what you think about me. Guys, this is America. They're cursing and showing sex on public access television. If you don't like my language, put on some headphones. Or just tolerate it, because you're an American. If you forgot, I understand, but now I reminded you. Used to collect utensils at Wendy's until they started rationing them. Yeah. I'm not much of a collector. Not personally. And for anybody punishing me or thinking about punishing me, you're about to go to hell. Like big fucking time. You've never seen anyone get punished the way that I can punish. I will make you scream and cry like there's no tomorrow. And I can say it on live broadcast in front of 250 people and get away with it. That's how much power I have. Don't fuck with me. You ever fuck with my food, I am not going to stop the next guy from chopping off your fingers. I'm just letting you know. Don't ever fuck with my food. You want to see an animal? Fuck with my food. I will go right back to A1 day one, buddy. Motherfucker. I will go right back to A1 day one. You will see something you have never seen before, and I got no regrets about it. Don't ever fuck with my food. For any reason. Ever.
I'm putting it this way. The U.S. government does anything to assert control, right? Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. The U.S. government does anything necessary to assert control. With that said, even the U.S. government will not cut off my access to food. What does that tell you? Don't ever fuck with my food. You're talking to a motherfucker eating chicken with rib meat out of a bag. When I got and from a food bank, and I got cash, I got money. Does it look like I give a fuck? I don't. I do not at all. And I'm shouting in public to the point where my voice is reverberating off the buildings. I don't give a shit. And you won't teach me to. Trust me. There are some ways that it's just my personality, and I don't want you trying to change me. I like the way that I am. I'm eating some rib meat, some chips, and some hot dog buns. Better. Almost to the point of being proud. See, if you really wanted a new me, then you should have respected me. You got the old me because I gave you a new me, and I didn't get the proper respect. You try to take advantage of me, and so we're done on that. I'm going back to the old me. I like the old me. It was some of you that said you didn't, and honestly, it's not my problem. I don't like being poor. And so I'm going back to the old me because I like having money. I like having a lifestyle that doesn't require me suckling the teat of the government. And while I'm young and capable of living a lifestyle that doesn't require me suckling the teat of the government, I'm going to. Oh, thank you. Thank you. See, I guess what I'm really saying is I think I'm the one that doesn't really like the old me. But you got to do what you got to do to survive, you know? And that's what I've done throughout my lifetime, you know, is I've done what I have to do to survive. And, yeah, you are so fucked. I just wanted to see your face. So when I see it in the paper, beat the fuck, I can recognize you. Take credit for it. Made a lot of sense tonight. Agree with everything you said. Ah, thank you. At least you're an honest person. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. And from now on, even being new, to me, isn't an excuse. If you have somebody, say they're new in town or whatever, they don't know about me, and they throw shade my way or whatever, it's not my problem. Okay? I'm just going to say that right now. Not my issue. Don't make it any of my business. I don't want it to have anything to do with it. Because I got my shit straight and organized, and I don't want any drama. But you got your social order and all that. You say still exists. Go ahead and figure it out. You know, I don't want anything to do with it. Just keep them out of my way. Don't keep them out of my path, so they don't stress me out any further. I got enough stress as it is. Did I ever give you hot meals? Yeah, and, they do them. You know, they do 2 separate kitchens each day of the week, Monday through Friday anyway. And yeah, they offer hot meals. Every last bit of that squeezed into like toothpaste. Yeah, you bet. I paid for it with my time and energy. That's very blue, isn't it? It's beautiful. It's so beautiful out here, man. It really is. And if you, yes, it's fucking me. Of course it's me. Who the fuck do you think it is? Arrest me. I'm going to say this out loud, what I've said to you guys so many times silently. I'm not challenging you. I'm letting you know that you're making an ill-advised decision by making a joke. Arrest me or don't. I'm not causing you any problems. That's what cracks me the fuck up. Like, go pursue a criminal. Don't be my keyboard warrior, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, it's me. Yes, I'm so recognizable that all you have to do is associate the words, it's amazing. Because I've said that so much to know it's me. It's not that hard. But what pisses me off is when some cocky-ass motherfucker wants to come up in my broadcast. I know it's a fucking stadia. I know, and this is my way of telling him to fuck off. Like I said, if I don't like you, I don't care who you are. You don't demand respect of me. No, you don't. Learn. Grow. Mature. Find out. Whatever it takes for you to absorb the fact that I am not someone you demand respect from. And the worst part is, guys,
I didn't even have to become a sociopath to get this far. To give this little of a shit. Right? Like, to be so apathetic towards the situation, all it took was other people's apathy for me to recognize that all I had to do was follow suit to get out of this situation. It's really unfortunate. I hate being apathetic, but I'm not living this way. It's not happening. I'll tell you something. My address, my weather says Hollywood Heights. You know why? Because I'm supposed to be living in Hollywood Heights. You're not going to be taking that away from me. You're going to give it to me before you continue to be taxed in one way or another profusely until you give it to me. Nobody's bullying you out of what's yours and, giving me the connections into what's mine. Based on what you believe to be a social order, that's what I'm owed. So if you want to go by the rules, you're supposed to be living on the street and I'm supposed to be in your mansion. So what I'll tell you is, if you take away from me the algorithmically correct information that I didn't input, that, the algorithm took care of on its own, that says I live in Hollywood Heights, don't take that away or you're going to end up homeless, including the people that alter the algorithm. You're going to end up homeless. This order that doesn't exist has a lot of psychological power over people. It doesn't exist, that's the truth. But in people's minds, there are people who, in their mind, it exists. And so based on their psychological mind mapping, they will behave based on that order. And based on their belief, I'm supposed to be living in Hollywood Heights. Now, the digital algorithm now matches that. I'm supposed to be living in a mansion in Hollywood Heights. Or not Hollywood Heights, or in the Hollywood Hills area. Hollywood Hills, Hollywood Heights. And, like I said, my map says Hollywood Heights. So you take that away, they're gonna leave you destitute. They're gonna make you unemployed, and they're gonna leave you on the street. That's going to be people's psychological reaction to your behavior. That's exactly what happened to all the people that have made or attempted to make some sort of detrimental impact on my progress. So there's the word to the wise. This go round, people are being far more kind and staying far more out of the way. Just let me do what I do because I'm telling them the truth. And they found out when things started changing, and I told them ahead of time. They're like, oh, well, the closest thing they could surmise to understanding what happened was saying, oh, he must be clairvoyant. He must be able to tell the future. Like, no, it's social math. That's what I call it, psychology. It's basic psychology. So based on simple human psychology, unless I am given what's owed to me, that is what's going to happen. That's the way people are going to behave. I'm not manifesting that. I'm not clairvoyant. I'm telling you that based on human psychology, unless I receive the proper resources and get my life put into order appropriately in the way that some people believe it to be, then those people who are mind mapped to that particular belief system and that, social system are going to react accordingly. And there's nothing I could do about it. What am I going to do? There's nothing I could do. Literally. So the only reason I've been shutting my mouth, to be real with you at this point, the only reason I have left to keep my mouth shut is that I don't want my need for things to go faster to negatively affect the lives of people that I don't know. I just don't want to I don't want to make a negative impact.
in reference to the social order, based on me personally, I can be around whoever I want. I can do whatever I want. Some people say, they're like, no, well, come on. You're either crazy or you're cheating. No, neither one. I'm telling the truth. I ended up in a very particular situation during COVID. And now, as far as my life goes, I can do pretty much whatever I want. And you get penalized when you punish me for it. Like, the person that just distracted me to drop some of my meat on my bag is now going to end up without a bag. Any bags they have, they are going to start tearing. They're going to start falling apart. It's literally psychology. They are mentally slave to the mindset of what people believe to be a social order. So, you want to get pissed off and make me drop my shit? That's fine. You can replace your bag 500 times if you can afford it, and you can kiss your mansion goodbye. I don't care even if you're living in another country. And that's, some people say that too. They're like, well, I live in America, so I don't have to worry about it. No offense, but yeah, you do. Trust me, it doesn't matter. You could live in any of the 240 plus countries in this world. You fuck with my shit, you're going to end up on the street. And there's a lot of countries where people can't afford to live on the street, if you know what I mean. So if you got family in another country and you're in this country being an asshole to me, you best not be an asshole to me and be thinking about the family in another country, because based on what you believe to be true, if it really were to be true, then based on my math and the math of many people, you're going to end up putting your own family in a rough situation. But I hope you understand, you can't blame the next person for your choices effectively. You can try, but at the end of the day, you're going to end up having to face the music, and so that's that. What's up? Nice hat. Yeah, he's good. And that's, as far as cover that I provide to people, I don't really do it on purpose. It kind of just happens on accident, and I don't mind. But just don't do it for me in return. That's all I'm asking. Like if I drop something and you want to make it look like it was yours or whatever the fuck you're doing, you go ahead and do that. But just be careful with that, because even with permission, a lot of people don't realize, and this is part of why I got to get off the street as soon as possible, is you don't know what comes with my timeline and my situation. All right? There's a lot of shit that comes with being associated with me. And there's a lot of people who will want my shit, and they'll think about taking it, or they'll try to take it or whatever, and then they end up in a real rough spot, or they end up, not making it. And that's not my fault. I gave you fair warning. I've told you. And you say, well, it's my job, or it's my this, or it's my that. Guys, that's none of my business. Just understand that you've been given fair warning. I've said ahead of time to make sure that you're aware that what you're involving yourself in is, I know for a fact, because of the behavior that I'm seeing, it's far beyond anything that you're capable of handling. You just refuse to accept when I say don't involve yourself, to refuse involving yourself. You're just not used to people caring about your well-being as much as I do. And that much is obvious because you don't fucking take my word on it to begin with, even when I say it in plain words. Like I've said it the old farm boy way, and some of you still aren't listening. So, that's the best I got. I did all of it without spending any money, so I don't know what to tell you. That's normally what I'll do. I'll go and I'll friggin' spend my money. I'll impulse buy or whatever. And instead of doing that, I actually took the less expensive route. I sat here. I said it to you straight. I probably sounded like a nut job to people that don't have that level of, what's the word? Let's just say people that couldn't make it into Mensa. And, I'm acting like, people don't even realize that I'm acting pretentious. So that's, I'm to the point where I need to be pulled into a more appropriate situation, because I am so good at acting
that people legitimately believe that I am this pretentious asshole. And I'm that good at it. To the point where I can really, really milk it and sell it beyond what anybody could imagine. Like, I could come off like such a prick, and you're not really that good at it. And I try, like I said it right out, it's like, I know you're a nice person. And that's what I'm saying to multiple people, both in real life and online. You guys don't have what it takes to be an asshole. And that's good. Don't be, why be fake? Why? What's the over that? And don't tell me that you got somebody up your ass giving you a problem, and so you can't be yourself. If you got, I'll tell you what right now. My name's Step in English, and my name is James. That's my legal name. Thanks for following. If you got anybody preventing you from being yourself, send them my way. Give them my number. You guys already know my number. I'm not going to put it out there because I don't have to. You already know my phone number. The whole friggin' city knows my phone number. So, if you got someone that's preventing you from being yourself, I don't care who you work with or who you don't work with or whatever. Just let them know that if they got a problem with you being yourself, they can come talk to me. I'll give them a hug for you. All right? I'll remind them that it's okay not to be okay. And now that the feel goods are over, I'm hoping that gate's open because I'm going to run and grab some more water. Because at that library, the water is free. Doesn't cost me a dime. It costs me anything. Woo! Thanks for the beans and the follows. And thanks for distracting me when I'm acting like an idiot. Thanks for keeping me out of trouble. Y'all are pretty good at that. And thanks for being smoking hot. Thanks for that too. For those of you that are drop dead gorgeous that live in this town, I don't know how you thank somebody for being attractive, but just thank you for taking care of yourself. Because I'll tell you what, if it weren't for a lot of you, I'd be down in the dumps half the time. But walking around this city, seeing all these beautiful people, sure makes it easy to stay in good spirits, to stay in positive spirits. And see, you do whatever you got to do, and just keep moving along. Thanks for the hearts. Oh, thanks for the 10 beans. Oh. And last but not least, I know you guys really don't like the thank yous, but I'm going to say to you what I said to one of my best friends. What I said to him is to them, I could not be more thankful for the fact that you accept me the way that I am, that you let me be an individual, and that you don't force me to be someone that I don't want to be. That you don't force me to do, you mostly, right? Don't force me to do things I don't want to do. And last but not least, you tolerate when I call you on your shit. You put up with me even when I tell you, hey, don't be telling me what to do. You stop telling me what to do and you let me just relax for a little while. And I'm very thankful for that. Because I am a guy that I don't have to let anybody tell me what to do. But I have found that there are definitely a lot of people, especially out here in Hollywood, that really know what they're doing. And so I go out of my way to listen to them and sometimes do what they say because there's a lot of wisdom out here. And not just on the street, but, just all around town. And so I listen and I learn. It's just I have to now start to forefront my own efforts, right? I have to stay at the front line of my own efforts because I don't have the ability to kind of wait on anybody any longer. It's my turn to be waited on. And I hate to sound pretentious about that, but truthfully, it's my turn. And if I don't take my turn, someone who is going to mistreat the privilege will end up going in front of me. And when they mistreat that privilege, they're going to end up getting hurt. And I don't want to see that for anybody. And so I've learned it's best just for me to take my place. But we're going to go in here. I'm going to get something to drink real quick. So, it's kind of spotted. I knew it was going to happen eventually. Oh well. Figures. So we're just going to go ahead and do this real quick. And that's for trying to drive me insane for the first year of being living here. I'd say I'm a pretty nice guy. Thanks for hearts. At least I got a handle. I'm not spitting on their property, no. No. There's no reason for that. Guys, anybody, why? Why go out of your way for the disrespect? Success is disrespect enough. I'm supposed to be dead. So when I make my first million and I throw it out a window, it's going to be a good day. Thanks for the bean. I love me a good bean. Oh, now the suitcase starts getting annoying. But that's what a cart is for. So I will next get myself a cart. And then that will eventually fall apart. And thank you. Oh, thank you for all the beans. Thank you. But for now, I'm doing Oh, yeah. If any of I just realized, guys, I can live stream while I'm charging my phone. Good. Because I can do the gaming live stream and my face won't be on camera. I totally forgot about that. I wasn't going inside because I was, I wasn't staying inside that. I didn't want to charge my phone and live stream at the same time. But realizing that I could inside and live stream at the same time, I could just do that. Thanks for the beans. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you? Oh, but I lost my handle. This is so annoying. Was I? I have to make full rounds. They're like, why are you that way? Why do you got to make full rounds? I'm like, why don't you ask all these people that think there's such thing as a social order? Thanks for the beats. Like I told you, I infiltrated the Order of the Snake. I infiltrated the Order. And they're like, did he really just say that? I'm like, fuck yeah, I did, motherfuckers. It was a lot of fun. I guess they're like people that are like anti-Christian or whatever. So I was raised Catholic, right? And I'm not Catholic anymore. But when I left the Catholic Church, I was introduced to these people that claim to be like the most secret people in the world. Guys, no offense, but they're just really fucking aggressive. They're not very secret. Thanks for the hearts and the beans. And they're not that scary. They're actually pretty fucking cool. I don't care what you say. If there's anybody that knows how to party, it's these motherfuckers that think they don't exist. They think they're invisible. And they are some of the most impressive people that I have never met in my entire life. Thanks for beans. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm not a part of any organization. I just thought I'd mention that one because I was raised Christian. I was raised Catholic, and I thought I would. But I was an actual Christian Catholic. So just so you know, I wasn't just like, some people are what you call like Luciferian, like where they believe in like the light bearer or whatever. And that's something I am kind of versed in, is a lot of different belief systems and stuff. But I'm not the best, so I don't talk about it all. Like if I was on a bike, I could do a wheelie, but I can't be doing tricks. So or leave it at that. But as I was saying, I was an actual Christian. Like, I actually believed in Jesus, and I still, have Yeshua as my God. And even being considered an earthly king in the environment that I exist in, I bow to Christ, even in that capacity. I don't make a social shift and say, oh, well, over here, I'm like a god, and over here, I'm like an entity, and over here, I'm like a king, and then over here, I worship Christ. No. With my whole heart and my whole mind and my whole spirit, my soul, I worship Jesus Christ. I do. I believe in Yeshua as God. Thanks for the beats. And that's just my personal belief. And so, as you can imagine, in every other circle that I exist in, oh, wow, is that cool? I don't know what that is, but I'm going to show you guys. Thanks for the beans. Look at that. There's some type of something in the sky. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to focus. Look at that. It's like a trail from something. I just can't get oh, there it is. How cool is that? That's pretty cool. Thanks for all the beans, Iceman. I appreciate you. I would call you 3 times, but they're not calling you Candyman. So that's just a joke. I don't know anything about that culture at all. So as I was saying, where was I? Oh, what was I talking about? Oh, what the heck was I talking about? Oh, yeah. So as you could imagine, in every sociocultural circle or environment that I exist in, beyond the Christian one, people just think I'm weird, like really weird, and they kind of just do what I tell them to do because, how do you say it? Just because like I'm really non-forgiving in those capacities. Just joking. I'm super forgiving. But that's why people are like real pissed and they keep trying to dethrone me in my social circles because I worship Christ, and it really pisses them off because most of them, not only in the social circles where I maintain leadership, they don't only disbelieve Jesus, but they hate him. Literally hate the guy. Thank you. Literally hate the guy. And I think it's freaking hilarious. It's one of my most effective, tools. I think it's so funny and hilarious. And I found a way to integrate my faith in Christ into, the non-Christian circles that I exist in, and the anti-Christians. I'll admit it to you, yeah. There are some anti-Christian circles that I exist in. But they just really don't like Jesus. They don't. They friggin' hate him. And there's nothing I can do about it. But they are so smart and such enjoyable company. And I feel steadfast and firm in my faith and my belief that, investing my time with those people doesn't detract from my truth. And so I hang out with them in doses and spend time with them in sparingly, I might say. Thanks for the beats. I live in Hollywood. Yes, sir. James goes, Jesus. Yeah, definitely.
Thanks for being. And don't worry, I'm not a psychopath or anything like that. I'm just considered, ironically, I'm considered a bit of an outcast in the outcast community, right? In the community that at large, that is technically considered an outcast community, I am considered an outcast, and that, like, in part is why I'm celebrated in those communities. Is my, like, me being an outcast is like why they actually like me. You know, so ironically, they don't prefer, you know, they're however you say it, they're secular. I don't know what else you want me to call it at this point. I don't know what else you want me to say or how to say it. And even if you don't want me to say anything, that's too bad. I'm going to say what I want. You know, even in the secular circles, in the secular environments, yeah, I'm definitely too cheap to get that cart. I'm just not feeling it. It ironically is like their ability to make fun of me and their hatred of my belief makes them interested in me. For what they're perplexed by my interest in them, and that's like what draws us to one another so frequently and so honestly passionately. Like I have a passionate interest in some of the people that I spend time with, and they have a passionate interest in me because of my passionate interest in them. Like I said, they're kind of taken aback by the fact that I'm interested in them. It confuses them. I confuse them on accident, you know, unintentionally, I should say, by having an interest in them. They don't understand why. So, it's 5:18 p.m. there. Oh, where are you at? East Coast? Oh, what's up? Welcome to the broadcast. Good man, good man. Yeah, I just hope you realize coming into my broadcast, you know, me being an open person and an open book with you is to be expected. You know, that's just the way that I behave. So, you know, it is what it is. Do I keep track of the amount of steps I take on a daily basis? It must be astronomical. I was for a short time and then I stopped. I think the one day I tracked maybe 48 to 50,000 steps. I've had days where I could say I probably did anywhere between 80,000 and 120,000 steps, but I don't really walk like that anymore. My feet and my body can't really take it. Because what happens is when you reach a certain point with your physical fitness, you either cross the line from basic civilian to a hunter-gatherer, right? Or you find the proper nutrition to maintain, 80,000 to 120,000 steps. And so for me, I don't think it's proper for me to be investing the finances required to be doing 80,000 to 180,000, 120,000 steps a day. I don't think it's proper for me to, be spending that kind of money on that kind of nutrition. So I don't. And for people that are psychotic and believe that someone else's death could be another person's fault who had nothing to do with it, when you understand the math, that's still not enough for me. Even if you understand how the social order works, that's still not enough for me. It's still not my fault. You have your choices to make. For me, you're talking to a guy or trying to get me to sympathize with you when I'm someone who has had to step out of the social hierarchy of society
completely to stay alive. I dodged the bullet on several occasions. Countless occasions. I am sorry. When I say I'm sorry, I am saying that I am sorry that you feel that way. I'm not saying that I'm sorry for anything I've done, because I haven't done something to hurt you. I haven't done anything to you. I've done what I'm doing, and I have stepped out of line so that you could step in line. And if you cheated somewhere along the line and it costs you your health or a family member's life, I'm pretty sure that's between you and the uber powerful people that you refuse to give credit for that decision to. That's not between me and you. I'm not a liaison between you and the uber rich or the uber powerful. I'm not the complaint department. I, at times, am an unregistered, undocumented, independent contractor. And what I do is pretty much just help get people to where they're supposed to be. And if that place isn't somewhere that's healthy for them, I tell them ahead of time. And if they still want my help, well, then I help them. And if they don't, then I don't. And one way or the other, it's always a situation that I can't be blamed for. And that's that. But me personally, I have to tell you one-on-one, I don't believe in the existence of any form of social order. I don't. I've had people of sane mind and sound mind speak to me about certain things. I've had people who have been deemed clinically insane speak to me about certain, thought processes and mindsets. And I do not agree with either party, not the sane nor the insane. You exist in a state of delusion that you believe that someone else's death is your fault. There's nothing I could do about that. It's not my fault. But I'm not going to take credit or fault for something that has nothing to do with me. Welcome from Indiana. No, it's not that hard for me. I'll tell you what, I trained up over the years, and now, I'm pretty good with it. It's not that hard for me. You get used to it, your body gets trained up, and after your body gets trained up, then it becomes muscle memory. Once it's muscle memory, if your process or what you're doing ever gets interrupted, you're able to pick it right back up, And then during the times where your process is interrupted, you just learn the most efficient process is that you can, adapt to until you can get back to doing what you want to do. And so I guess for me, to all the people that think that I'm some type of a joke, I just make sure to... where am I going? Well, I had one or two options here, okay? In a video game sense. I had one or two options. I could ignore you and treat you like a person in the street that you keep claiming to be. Or I could remind you by acknowledging you that you are most definitely doing pretty good. And I don't like that kind of talk. It really pisses me off. You want me to go that way, or am I going the other way? I could one of two things. I'm letting you whatever you want. You want time to yourself? I'm going this way.
You just walked by me like you ignored me completely.
Why? Because I didn't know if you're in the middle of something. You might be going to talk to somebody. You look focused.
I wasn't. How are you?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm in the middle of a live stream, but I can end it right now.
When you get done, I'll be up to speak.
All right.
Just whenever you get back to this way, I'll be up there.
Yes, sir. All right.
All right. Iceman says, that's impressive. I'm being serious when I say this. It takes a lot to walk that much while also talking. Yeah. Yeah, the more easy answer is, yeah, it's really difficult. But, that's all right. That's why they call me Step. Comes with the territory. Welcome to the broadcast. Iceman says, I be winded. Oh, God, I tell you, I am winded. I'll tell you the truth. It's not, I walk for maybe an hour, and then for the next couple hours that I walk, I'm already winded. That's why, if you notice, I barely breathe. Literally, I barely ever breathe. And so I've just kind of adapted to not having a whole lot of oxygen in my lungs. I don't breathe a whole lot. I move a whole lot. I have a high level of lactic acid resistance, in my muscles. So I kind of hold my breath. I walk, and I keep moving, and that's it. Why do I do that? I don't know. I think it's just to stave off nerves, but it works. Welcome to the broadcast. All right. But I'll tell you what. Sometimes I'll have people that'll say hi to me. I'll be in the middle of a broadcast, and I don't mind. I'm cool with it. It's just I'll have people that'll tell me that they want their privacy respected and that they don't want anything out there on the internet, and then they'll come talk good. And I'm not talking about this particular person that I was talking to there, or that was talking to me there. Just in general, it's if I'm sorry, I'm living my own life. I'm not going to shift my entire lifestyle to match, your request. So for people that meet me on the street, I'm not gonna change up what I'm doing just because it's not working out for you. That sucks, but you're not the center of my world. And that's that. And I'm glad that I've learned to say that sooner than later. I've had people in my past that just didn't learn and want to try and tell me how it is. And they don't know. And when I say they don't know, I mean they don't know me. And they say, well, you don't know me. And I'm like, I know you a little bit better than you think I do. But we got any hoodies today? We got any hoodies today? Yes, sir. All right. I always look forward to it. All right. Okay. Because when they pull those hoodies out, they always got cool colors and patterns and whatnot. But I'll have one soon. Good conditioning. Thank you. The amount that I walk is the reason why some of the people out here think that I'm involved in the drug game. I'm not. I don't have anything to do with drugs. They're like, dude, you're a young man walking for hours, carrying around a giant suitcase. Like, man. They're like, you got all the money, you got a giant suitcase, and you walk around all day. You definitely do drugs. I'm like, well, thanks for profiling me, but you're wrong. I don't have anything to do with drugs. I hate drugs. Genuinely, I hate drugs with a passion. No offense to anyone that does them, but I won't sell you out, but I fucking hate them. Hate them. I'm a naturalist. I'm a holistics type person, and that's my reasoning. So if it's a plant, I don't count it as a drug. So I don't do cocaine, but it comes from a plant. It's non-synthetic. Same with marijuana. But as far as anything synthetic, I hate it. I don't like going anywhere near it.
You know how it is, and now it's like internet, the way it's really buffering. Hey, check the rhythm, now we love this thing. This is how it is when I flow. Peace and love, man. Yeah, he really knows that I'm putting on a great show for the people.
And just to stick to my own stubbornness, I'm gonna make a full circle. I'm gonna go around the block. It's technically a square. If we're gonna be that way, it's a square. You know.
Y'all shouldn't really turn left anymore, cause y'all gotta wait for the pedestrians for sure. Yeah, hopefully you cross safe. When I hold the microphone, you know I got a lot to say.
That was awesome. And for those of you that are getting stitched into my timeline, well, I'll tell you, get ready to do a whole bunch of stuff you don't feel like doing. And welcome to my world, because that's 90% of my day. Carrying the cart, but no baby in it. Literally, like the description of my life. Every day, I pay my son's bills, and I have yet to meet him. And that's the fucking life I'm living. So if you're around here and you can relate, well, thanks for understanding. And vice versa, I understand. I completely understand what it's like. I got a beautiful young baby boy out there. He's probably around I say he was around 3 or 4 years old now. And I'm pretending like I don't know. But, you know, he's around. He's about to be, well, I had a 4-year-old out there. And I haven't met him yet. And, you know, the government says they want control and power over my family and my resources and my decisions. And it's very unfortunate, you know. They won't be, you know, they will be paying the proper price. And they're like, oh, we're paying right now. I'm like, yeah, you are. Maybe you'll think the next time you separate a family like mine. But like I said, everything worked out for the best. There's not much else that could be done. I'm thankful for the freedom that I have and the ability to live my own life that I have. Blessings to you. And, you know, that's just the way life is right now. So I will meet him one day. And it will be without governmental intervention. It will be without law enforcement intervention, with all due respect. And that's where things are at, you know? And for me, I'm the type of person where no matter how much you wrong me, if you're someone that deserves to have right done by you, you're either going to keep coming back to me or I'm going to keep coming back to you. And so that's what it is for me, is I have people in my life that have wronged me, but they've done so much right by me that I'm going to continue to, you know, find a way to continue to associate with them in one way or another. Because it's just the right thing to do. It's the appropriate thing to do. The appropriate thing to do is to continue to make it right. Whatever word you'd like to use, whatever word you might not want to use at all. The fact of the matter is, being able to work together in one way or another is the whole reason, you know, like learning to be able to is why we started this country to begin with. I don't care what anyone else says, that's the core reason of why we started this country, was learning how to create a better world. It was with the goal of creating a better world. And that's exactly what we're doing. We are all working together to create a better world. And if you're not on board with that, that's okay. We'll do it for you. And if you're interested, all you got to do is let us know that you're still not interested. Welcome to America. And welcome to Hollywood. Thanks to the hearts. I love me some hearts. That I do. Delish. And like I said, one of the coolest things about Hollywood is that you will meet all types of people here. And when I say all types of people, I mean there is no better place in the world than Hollywood, California, to meet new people. It's a good middle ground for a lot of people. If you
come from a lifestyle where you don't have a lot of people around you, coming to Hollywood is a good idea because we have a larger population than most cities, but the populace is spread out, right? And so you can live a good, healthy life without having too many neighbors, but also having just enough neighbors with, you know, a diverse population of people from. I have to be internationally versed. But even to be in my audience or be one of my fans, I do recommend that you be internationally capable at minimum. Because we'll take what you see in the movies and make it look like, well, a children's show. Thanks for the beans. I'm not gonna meow. Come on. There's joking around and then there's disrespect. I've done enough. That's why. Because that's drama. Trying to disguise itself as fear. And it's so annoying, and I'm so sick of having to pretend like I can't handle it. That's why I can't wait to get off this freaking street. I'm so irritated with having to pretend all day long. But I guess they said, you know, oh, you want to be an actor? You're going to have to learn. So, okay. And if you don't have the patience to do something for a year that even the best can't handle doing for 2 minutes, don't bother. Don't even bother. Little parting gift. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that gift far more than I may be showing. I might not be, you know, maybe I'm not showing all that much gratitude, but trust me, I am very grateful. I'm tired. So I'm going to go sit with my buddy. We're going to have some beers and get off my feet for a little while. That's the other thing. He usually always knows right where I'm at. He knows these streets like almost nobody. And so he always knows how to make sure to run into me. So if I see him, then he knows that I need to rest. Because that's when he comes to get me. Is when he knows that I need to chill out for a little while. So I'm going to go chill out for a little while. You all good. All right, thank you. All right. Oh, there's like famous people at Netflix or something. I'm going to go the other way. Pretend like I'm hiding. Oh, excuse me. Almost there. So, like, because of my experiences, I kind of got to know the Netflix people a little bit. And sometimes they got, like, new security out here. And they look at me and they see my suitcase and they know I'm live streaming. And then the other undercovers spot me. And then they're like, is he going to live stream these people? I'm like, no. Guys, like, do you realize the extent I have to go to pretend that I'm not famous? Do you have any, like, I literally have to fuck up my own speech. Like, I literally have to talk wrong and use the word wrong just to stay hidden and for people to believe that I'm just, you know, a random crazy homeless person. It's a lot of work. So, you know, will I be in a Netflix movie one day? No, but I will definitely be in a multi-part series. Will I do more than that? Probably. But since we're right next to the Netflix theater, we're gonna be fanboys. All right, we're gonna be fan people for a little bit. I don't know what they're doing, but we're all into it. We're super interested. And now they want me to put the live stream over there. And I'll tell you what, you might want to just have your guys clued in next time first.
Always stay on the side.
And that's how you do it. Sorry. Teamwork makes the dream work. Hello. No, I'm not famous at all. But he is. Yeah, I got protection on him. Nobody's noticing him. I don't know who it is, but I know he's famous. All right, I'm gonna press this button. Are we going? Yeah, we do need like somebody for the crosswalk. That's something we don't have that we need. Is somebody to cover the crosswalk. I would have done it, but my hands are full. Plus, I'm not getting paid $40 an hour to handle the crosswalk. You want me to do undercover security, you can pay me $40 an hour. Until then, I'm going to leave it to the professionals. And if only you knew how much I just got paid for saying professionals, you'd understand why I'm so compliant. What on earth are we doing? There's a lot of us over there. Oh, excuse me. What are we doing? I don't even know what we got going on over there. We don't got any signs, no nothing. I'm moving along. I'm curious. I want to know. I'm not going to put the camera there. Don't worry. I don't even know what we're doing. But Netflix is over there doing something. Like I said, they wanted me to put the camera on there, but it's too late now. You guys had your chance, but your security guys didn't know it was me, so I didn't. Or they were trying to hide me, or I don't know what they were doing, but I ain't putting it on now. I'll do it next time. Yeah, I know it costs you millions of dollars. You'll make it up in like 5 minutes. You'll be okay. All right. All right, I'm shutting down the broadcast. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I said that. I didn't realize I said I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'll probably come live tomorrow. I don't know for sure. Finally, my life's starting to get, busy. So I don't know, but we'll see what happens. Thank you to Iceman and Meg for the beans. And thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, which Meg did I block? Oh, God, did I block the wrong Meg? I sure hope I didn't block the wrong Meg. Thank you, everybody here. Thank you. All right. Probably did. Sorry. I'll figure